Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you all, and welcome to the William and Carol Stevenson Conference on International Affairs. We do this at the Miller Center every other year, and thanks to the support of the Stevenson family, for which we're incredibly grateful, we get to do a deep dive into an important topic in national security. And the day after President Trump announced a new round of sanctions, a new round of tariffs, we are well timed to dive into the really important topic of U.S. financial and economic power. And we have such a terrific lineup of guests and scholars, practitioners, and experts on these topics, and we're incredibly grateful that we get to do this work. The bipartisan consensus on the U.S. role in the world economy has shifted in the last 30 years. At the end of the Cold War, now over 30 years ago, when I got to work on these issues, both parties endorsed goals of global integration and trade liberalization. Today, policymakers from both parties are increasingly taking a more nation-first or America-first approach, playing both offense and defense on behalf of domestic industries and national interests. That means more regularly using the suite of economic and financial tools, sanctions and industrial policy on offense, tariffs and export controls on defense to advance U.S. security and competitiveness. This is all taking place during a live war in Europe, a fragile ceasefire in the Middle East, and perhaps most importantly, deep competition and tensions in Asia. The new approach presents major risks, but also some opportunities for the United States, as well as difficult policy trade-offs. And given the ties to national security challenges and the wide constitutional prerogatives given to the executive branch, that begins with the President of the United States. How the new administration navigates these trade-offs will have long-term implications for U.S. national security, the global economy, and the American people. So today's event includes a keynote conversation and two panels. And as we are celebrating our 50th anniversary this year, the conference is spot on with our founding mission to explore how the American presidency meets national priorities and to engage scholars and practitioners to solve major challenges. Today we'll feature scholars and practitioners with experience in government, the private sector, and academia, and from a range of political perspectives. We've tried to structure this to maximize dialogue on a complex set of issues, and as you heard just a little bit ago, in two different formats, this keynote conversation format and then two roundtable discussions. We're particularly fortunate to have two Miller Center experts who have guided us through this and shaping today's conference. Scott Miller serves as the director of the Miller Center's Project on Democracy and Capitalism and teaches at Darden. And Alex Bick is a professor of practice at the Batten School of Leadership and Public Policy and is a Miller Center Faculty Senior Fellow. Alex also recently served as Director for Strategic Planning at the National Security Council during the Biden administration, followed by a stint at the Policy Planning Staff and State Department, and he turns out that he's a diplomatic historian by training, focusing on global colonial powers. We're grateful for them, for their vision, their leadership in bringing this program together, and of course, really grateful for the terrific events team that we have here, led by Christina Lopez-Guittardi-Chow. And grateful for you coming and spending a long morning with us. So all good research and dialogue starts with questions, and the three questions that are going to frame today's conversations is: how has the exercise of U.S. economic and financial power changed over the last 25 or 30 years? How should the Trump administration use the levers of economic and financial power to advance U.S. global interests? And what does this portend for the future of American economic and financial statecraft? And to get us started, we are thrilled to have Ambassador Mike Froman with us, the president of the Council on Foreign Relations, for our keynote conversation. It is really hard to imagine somebody better to have this conversation with. Now, some of that goes to Michael's professional service and his education. Of course, he was President Obama's U.S. Trade Representative from 2013 to 2017. Before that, for 4 years, he was the International Economic Advisor to the President, serving on both the National Security and the National Economic Council. There are a number of us that are alumni of that office, which is affectionately known as Inticon. It's a very lovely, easy to use phrase. Mike did that job during the global financial crisis, which involved being the G7 Sherpa for the president, which is a really critical role. Prior to joining the Obama administration, and I should mention, in addition to the financial crisis, as U.S. Trade Representative, Mike negotiated the Trans-Pacific TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which was the biggest global trade negotiation done that never got passed.
Thank you for reminding me about that. Yeah.
We'll have some time to talk about that. Prior to joining the Obama administration, Mike served in several roles at Citigroup and spent 7 years in the U.S. government, serving in various positions before that in the Clinton, and started out in the Bush administration, in the Bush 41 administration. But maybe most importantly, Mike is a Miller Center alumnus. He served as the James Schlesinger Professor here at the Miller Center. As you all probably remember, Secretary Schlesinger served as Secretary of Energy, and before that, Secretary of Defense, but maybe most importantly was a professor of economics at UVA before he went into government service. So it's really fitting that we get to have Mike back, particularly as a former Schlesinger professor. If you've read any of Mike's writings, and I highly recommend them, including his recent article in Foreign Affairs, you know he's not just a distinguished practitioner and a real leader, but also a clear thinker and great writer. He received his undergraduate degree from Princeton, a doctorate in international relations from Oxford, and a law degree from Harvard, where he was an editor at the Harvard Law Review, with another famous editor there that we might be able to talk about. So Mike, anyhow, welcome. It's great to have you back. And really excited about picking your brain on these topics.
So great to be back here, and great to be back in this room, which I love. So thank you for having me.
Where we did Mike's oral history interview. So Mike, your foreign affairs article was called "The Next President and the Trade-Offs on U.S. Economic Policy." It's a terrific piece, in part because it was written before the election. And your analysis and then guidance and advice, I think, applied to whoever won. And you framed it as a series of trade-offs. So help us unpack that a little bit. The trade-offs from the system that we had 25 or 30 years ago coming out of the Cold War, going into one that's more nationally oriented, have a number of different dimensions. It involves both tools and outcomes. Talk us through that. How do you see the trade-offs?
So first of all, I think what we've seen is that there's always been a relationship between economics and national security. For a long time, the sort of conventional wisdom was you needed a strong domestic economy to be a powerful country, to project power around the rest of the world, including military power. And over time, including during the Cold War, economic tools were used as a tool of national security. We had COCOM, we had export controls, we tried to deny the Soviet Union access to certain technologies that could position them as a stronger military competitor. But the Soviet Union was never a major economic or technological competitor outside of a few specific domains, where China is in a very different position now. I think what we've seen is really almost the full convergence of economics and national security into something we might call economic security. And that poses a bunch of questions and a bunch of trade-offs. The whole international system, the trading system, the open rules-based system, even the field of economics has been traditionally based on the principle of efficiency, delivering the widest possible array of products of the highest quality at the lowest price for consumers. That was the goal. And the opening up of markets was really with that goal in mind. And it worked. I mean, tariffs came down a great deal, non-tariff barriers came down a great deal. People spend a smaller portion of their disposable income on the basics of life. You can get goods. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when you didn't get grapes 12 months a year in the grocery store. But thanks to the U.S.-Chile Free Trade Agreement, we now have grapes 12 months a year and a variety of other things. And so that part worked. But I think what we are now learning is that while efficiency remains an important principle, there are other important principles: redundancy, resilience, diversification, national security. And when we look back over the last 30 or 40 years, I think it's fair to say that we had grown rather complacent about where we manufacture the world's products, because China was such an attractive place to manufacture them. Not just because of cheap labor, because their labor prices actually went up significantly over time, but the efficiency of the system, the infrastructure, the port infrastructure, et cetera, the real-time capability that you could have for supply chains. It led most companies around the world to become overly dependent on China as their manufacturing base. And the number one rule you learn in risk management is diversification. You don't want to be overly dependent on anybody or any one place. And I think we found ourselves in that position, so that when there were interruptions in supply chains, when there were national security concerns, suddenly we're now looking to say, well, perhaps not pull out of China, but where are we going to put our next factory? And it's increasingly unlikely we're going to put our next factory in China. We may put it in Vietnam or Malaysia or Mexico or elsewhere. And I think that's one of the great debates is, how much do we need to reshore things to the United States? And how much can we rely on friendly trading partners to produce the products that we need for our economy? One thing, though, is clear, is that this is going to become more expensive by definition. We're now producing things where it's not the cheapest necessarily to produce it. And those add to inflationary pressures. They add to inefficiencies. They add to consumer costs. And it's all happening at a time when at least our economy is already feeling under a certain amount of inflationary pressure. So one of those trade-offs there is, how much more are we willing to pay for resilience, redundancy, diversification, and national security? And when you start going through each of these tools, export controls, denying other countries access to our technology, foreign investment constraints, not allowing other countries to invest in the US, or not allowing US companies to invest in certain other countries, protectionism, tariffs, which this president is particularly fond of using. Each of these come with a cost. And I think one of the things that we in the public policy sphere and academic sphere need to do a better job of is tease out what are those trade-offs, what are those costs, and have that as part of the debate. Because the American public may well be willing to pay more, but they may not be willing to pay as much as people think. And so that's the kind of conversation that we need to have.
Mike, I sort of hadn't planned on this, but you said last night, let's have it be a little more free-flowing. So let's go back to the Trans-Pacific Partnership, right? That at some point,
PTSD here.
Well, it's interesting, right? On the one hand, it was built on some efficiencies, the idea of building a higher level of common standards across a range of countries. It wasn't meant to exclude China or box China out in any way, but it did have, well, maybe you could talk about that, but it did have the goal of trying to improve some things and increase some efficiency, but it met domestic resistance, even though it produced a lot of domestic benefits. So tell us a little bit about that, because that maybe was the first sign that a nation-first approach was in ascendancy. The fact that it didn't end up, and that former Secretary of State Clinton, who was running for president, basically denied it in the campaign, walked away from it in the campaign.
Yeah, I remember that. Look, first of all, I think the move away from pure enthusiasm for globalization actually goes back further. It really goes back to the late 90s. Some of you will remember the protests in Seattle around the WTO.
I got gassed.
You got gassed? There you go. You probably have a T-shirt that says that. I was gassed. I think that was in some ways the beginnings of it. But it certainly came to a head around TPP and the 2016 election. And we saw that we had been watching polls, and we saw, particularly among sort of mainstream Republicans, which were usually the foundation of support for free trade, that their support for free trade was declining. Actually, not so much among Democrats, but the mainstream Republicans were seeing less and less support. And what the TPP was an effort to do, as you know, it was designed to take a number of countries, and quite purposefully, developed and developing countries, Asia Pacific, meaning both from Latin America and from the Asian continent, and create a high standard agreement around labor, environment, intellectual property, investment, disciplines on subsidies, state-owned enterprises. A lot of the things that we now talk about wanting to sort of put in place, they were all in there. And while you rightly say that it was not explicitly an anti-China move, it was a very much explicitly a let's hold up an alternative model to China's model and give other countries in the region something to grasp onto.
Almost all of whom are democracies.
Almost all. Some not so much, but almost Vietnam, Brunei, but many of whom are democracies, and all of whom wanted, as important as it was for them, particularly the ones in Asia, to have a good relationship with China, they wanted to have a closer relationship with the United States, and so it was a magnet to attract other countries who wanted to be with the United States in providing a balancing sort of pact to what China was offering in the region. I think, frankly, it was a little bit ahead of its time, and I think we got ahead of our politics in many ways. Because I think for years, and I think both Democratic and Republican administrations failed to, as we pursued free trade agreements, failed to pair them with sufficient domestic policies to ensure that American workers survived and thrived in a rapidly changing economy, whether that change was coming from trade or technology or from immigration. And even though economists here in the room and others will tell us maybe 80% of dislocation of jobs comes from technology, not from trade or globalization, you don't really vote on technology. You don't vote on the next software release. And it's a lot easier to sort of take your quite understandable anger about what you're seeing around you, manufacturing moving out of your community, the impacts oftentimes, the very serious impact on the community, and blame either immigrants or trade. And TPP, I think, ran afoul of that. And I think at that point, candidate Trump rode that issue to great success in terms of saying he was there to represent those who felt like the system had not worked for them, that they had been left behind by a series of policies and an approach to the global economy that did not take their interests sufficiently into account.
Mm-hmm. So that's how President Trump came in his first election in 2016. By the end of that term, we get the global pandemic, which raises these issues of supply chain and resiliency. So tell me a little bit, you're out of government at this point, including being Schlesinger Professor here. You're now working for MasterCard. You're watching all of this unfold from your practitioner's eye and your scholarly eye. What are you seeing happening in the global economy, including the use of, at that point, President Trump was threatening sanctions. He renegotiated NAFTA. He was starting to make these economic moves, and then we get this shock to the global system. As a practitioner and analyst, what are you seeing happening?
Well, I think first, as you said, you see the fragility of just-in-time supply chains that are overly reliant on one or two places for production. And by the way, we still have them today. The reason we're so focused on semiconductors and the CHIPS Act is because we are highly dependent on one location for the production of most of these advanced chips, and that's Taiwan. And Taiwan has its own vulnerabilities, obviously, in the region. And so there is still significant work to be done on critical technologies. I think the question it raises is, what's a critical technology? What's strategic? During the first Trump administration, they levied tariffs basically on all Chinese exports, whether it was strategic or non-strategic. So, do we care about whether we make T-shirts in the United States? Is that strategic? Or is that just raising the cost to the average American family of how much it costs to clothe their kids? And I think the Biden administration took a slightly different approach, whether it was on export controls, foreign investment. First of all, they kept all the tariffs on from the Trump administration. They added some additional tariffs. But when it came to some of the new initiatives like export controls and foreign investment constraints, they identified particular technological sectors that they thought were either directly critical to our military and intelligence capabilities, or contributed so broadly to our overall competitiveness that if we were to lose our lead in those, it would have a deleterious effect more broadly on our national security. And you heard the words around small yard, high fence. So focus on a handful of technologies, build a strong fence around it, a high fence around it to prevent China from getting access to it. Try and stay in the lead with advanced semiconductor chips, for example, in order to stay in the lead on AI, which is a general purpose technology, can have broad implications for both our economy and for our national security. I think the challenge going forward, and then the article you referred to, is, okay, how do you take this forward? Like, what are the limiting principles or the guardrails? What should be inside the fence and what shouldn't be outside the fence, or in the yard or outside the yard? Are there fundamental issues that we should take into account, any administration, to make sure we are protecting our national security, even at the cost of efficiency, because I think there is a trade-off to be had there that is worth paying for, but not become a Pandora's box where everybody who wants protection for any particular industry now argues, baby formula is strategic, syringes are strategic, PPE is strategic. Maybe it is, but maybe some of the stuff needs to be made in the United States, and maybe some of it we can rely on Mexico or Canada, our 51st state, or any number of other places to produce for us.
So as we're at the beginning of a Trump administration, and I want to dive into that in a second, but just as a sort of level set, what's consensus, and from your perspective right now as they start, what's consensus and what's not consensus? Like, if you were to go on some of those things, what are the high priority things that you think Democrats and Republicans agree on going into this about the state of the economy? And where do you see the big disagreements? And we can talk through how President Trump and his team might take them forward.
So first, I think for decades, we had tried to convince the Chinese that, well, one, we tried to underscore for them that a good part of their success was due to the benign international environment that the U.S. supported, that the U.S. put in place, the open rules-based trading system. And that if they didn't address these irritants in our relationship, and not just irritants, but like serious issues in our relationship, that benign international environment would disappear. And that's exactly what's happened. And so now there's a much broader consensus in the U.S. to have a very firm policy against China, including closing our market to various Chinese products or various forms of Chinese investment, which I think is having an impact on China as well. But over this period, we're also trying to convince China, one, to not engage in protectionism, to open their markets to our exports, two, to not restrict foreign investment, to allow us to invest in a variety of sectors in the Chinese economy, and three, to not subsidize particular industries and engage in industrial policy that could distort international markets. And having, I think, succeeded only at the margins in convincing China to modify its behavior, we basically, I think there's a consensus that if you can't beat them, join them. So the assumption had been, you bring China into the international system, they're going to become more like us. The result is we brought China into the international system and we've become Chinese. So we are now engaged in protectionism, we are engaged in foreign investment constraints, and we are engaged in subsidization and industrial policy. And I think that's sort of the new normal. And we can debate how far it goes. Is there really a consensus on industrial policy? My guess is of all those areas, that's probably the weakest part. I'm not sure Congress is ready to do 3 more CHIPS Acts in various different fields. But when it comes to restricting access to our technology, using tariffs to keep our markets closed on any sector that we feel particularly sensitive about, and restricting their investment in our country and now our investment in their country, I think there's a pretty broad consensus.
Mm-hmm. Boy, that's a really interesting insight. Let me push on one area there, and then we can take it forward in the Trump administration. There is one thing that the Chinese have done when presented that vision of the American security guarantee and the American rules-based system, them deciding to design their own, which involved them seeking new trade partners and alliances, and investing in infrastructure in those places and in basically foreign aid to those places. We seem to be going in a different direction recently. I'm guessing that's not an area of consensus. Is that your sense?
I don't think it is, and I'm not sure exactly. One thing we try and do is sort of, instead of just critique what the administration is doing, just point out how various actions that they are taking may actually be counterproductive for their own purposes, for the goals that they've laid out. I've been surprised over the last 20 years, look at the Belt and Road Initiative as one example, at how poorly China exercises soft power. I mean, they have learned from the West and others so much in so many areas, but Belt and Road Initiative, I don't think has actually bought them a lot of friends. You've got the loan to own problem, you've got countries that have pushed back, you've had protests in the streets in some countries, I think the challenge we have now is that it's hard to fight something with nothing. So they are out there with a lot of money. They are out there working with leaders to try and co-opt them into their world. They are willing to go into a country and not ask about human rights, not ask about democracy, write them a check, and support infrastructure. And when I travel in Africa and elsewhere, I always advise the governments there. That's great. Like, you need infrastructure. If the Chinese are willing to build you good infrastructure, just make sure it's a good deal for you. Make sure you're not getting taken advantage of. Make sure that it's well built, that it's safe, and all the rest. And so they're out there doing that. And I think that particularly these recent decisions, which I don't know how long these decisions will last, but to cut off aid, to pull back, I think has a lot of the world scratching their head, saying, we thought the U.S. was in a global competition with China for influence, and we're sort of ceding the field. And so I think all of us who've been involved in the development field understand that there are things that can be done better. There are reforms that can be made, and that's a good thing to focus on. But I think ceding the field completely by pulling back, particularly in areas where the U.S. has had, I think what President Bush did on PEPFAR had a tremendous impact across Africa in terms of goodwill. I think it's probably the most effective foreign aid program we've ever had.
Yeah, PEPFAR is the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS relief.
Relief, right. And it saved tens of millions of people's lives.
Yeah.
And everyone knows it's the U.S. that did it. And that has had an incredible impact. And we should be looking for other opportunities like PEPFAR to replicate and to scale up, in my view, not ceding the field.
So you've lived a couple transitions from Bush 41 to Clinton. You were a White House fellow in the Bush 41 administration. The Clinton team arrives. It's a strange and magical thing to show up on January 20th in an empty White House, and the people that you inherit are either career people or presidential fellows who happen to be there. So you've seen that from the inside out. And then in 2008, 2009, with the world financial crisis, you come in with the new team. So you have those two experiences, and you're watching this team come in. What are you seeing?
Well, first of all, I think one has to give tremendous credit to this administration for how quickly they appointed and confirmed their cabinet. I haven't looked at the statistics, but it certainly feels like it's much faster than previous administrations. How quickly they've acted in a whole number of ways, mostly through executive action, but also right now, how quickly they're moving ahead with their legislative agenda. So this is an administration that came in knowing what it wanted to get done, who they wanted to have do it, at least at the most senior levels, and is executing, is implementing. And I think people often say, "Oh, Trump is so unpredictable." I think Trump is entirely predictable. I think he has signaled to us exactly what he was going to do during the campaign and before. He's doing it, and and we're now adjusting to that. So I give them a lot of credit, both compared to their first Trump administration, which was I don't think as well organized, but also to other administrations. I think if we compare it to most administrations, I think they've really hit the ground running and are being if you think about it, I think the last, what has it been now, 5 weeks? I think the last 5 weeks
This is 5 years in dog years, but it kind of feels that way.
I think the last 5 weeks have perhaps been the most important 5 weeks in 80 years in terms of impact on the world order, the global system, allies, adversaries. We will look back, the historians in this room, I think, will have a lot of dissertations to write about the early months of the second Trump administration because, this is, I think, a very significant historic period.
So that includes some big economic moves. I mean, your successor in Inticon is probably racing 24/7, it'll be 365. It probably already feels like 365 in 5 weeks. The various waves of tariffs, the deal over mineral rights in Ukraine, the decisions or tentative, perhaps permanent, about foreign assistance of one kind or another. It's a big agenda. Help unpack each of those, perhaps. Let's maybe walk through each of those. So the waves of tariffs that have been announced. First, Mexico and Canada, then China, if I remember correctly.
Colombia was in there for 24 hours.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, the ones on Mexico and Canada were steeper than the initial ones on China, but then that led to some kind of an agreement. I don't know, just unpack the tariff plays.
So, again, this is an area, I'm told that President Trump, in terms of areas of core beliefs, issues he's been focused on for decades, long before he became president, include trade and immigration, that he has strongly held views in both. He talks about tariffs being one of the most beautiful word in the English language or in the dictionary, something of that sort. So, he has certainly signaled that he likes using tariffs. And I think when you tease it out, he has at least three purposes in mind when he announces a tariff. One is just pure leverage. Gives us leverage over other countries, brings them to the table, whether it's on economic issues or other issues. And we saw that with Canada and Mexico. We saw that with Colombia. I think we're now seeing it applied a bit more broadly. And to be fair, I think it's actually quite successful. I mean, I remember the first time around, my European friends, the European Commission would call and say, there is no way we're going to negotiate under the threat of tariffs. He announced tariffs, they were on the next plane to Washington. And so it does bring people to the table, and you saw Colombia immediately make a decision, Canada and Mexico take actions. Now you can debate how many of these actions were things that were already underway, they were repackaged, but the reality is that given the size of our market, given the dependency of a number of countries on access to our market, particularly our neighbors, that tariffs are an effective form of leverage in the short run.
A tool.
A tool. The second area, the second purpose he appears to have is revenue. And he has a view, largely debunked by virtually every economist, that it's the other country that pays the tariffs. But either way, whoever pays it, he sees it as a source of revenue for the U.S. Treasury to either offset tax cuts or other expenses.
Adding a new agency, External Revenue Service.
External Revenue Service, exactly. That one is a little trickier. Because the experience of Trump 1, when you look at the tariffs that were imposed on China, and Everett may be able to correct me on this, I think it raised about $80 billion, something of that sort, 92% of which went to compensate the farmers who had been retaliated against by China because of the tariffs. So there was very little actually net contribution to the Treasury of revenue in that regard. And there is some, sometimes he talks about tariffs replacing the income tax, and I don't think there's any sense in which tariffs could ever sort of substitute for that. If we go back 250 years in our country's history, yes, it was tariffs that were driving most of the federal revenue, but not anymore. And so there's that as an issue as well. And then the third area is to use tariffs to incentivize companies to move production to the United States. And that is perhaps the most important, but also the hardest. And here's where I think companies don't make decisions based on a tariff decision that is announced at 9 a.m. and then withdrawn at 3 p.m. They don't make capital allocation decisions. You need long-term, durable, predictable frameworks to say, okay, actually, if that's what the tariffs are going to be for the next 10 years, maybe it makes sense to put my next factory in the United States. I don't want to be subject to this uncertainty. You'll see the sporadic announcement. Apple made an announcement last week, I think, $500 million. There's some debate over how much of that is real, how much was already happening, and what it all means. But I think you will see companies saying, there's just too much uncertainty. One way of avoiding this uncertainty is just produce in the United States, even though it's more expensive, and we'll figure it out over the long run. One of the challenges, you can't have it all, right? We were having this debate last night. If you're going to move production to the United States, that means your imports are going to go down and you're not going to collect the revenue. If you're going to collect a lot of revenue, it means the imports are still coming in, which means you're not moving production to the United States. And so there is a little bit of tension between these various objectives. I think the hardest part is, in the short run, as I mentioned, they are effective tools of leverage. Over the long run, we just saw, as you said, we announced 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada. They each made some concessions on border and fentanyl cooperation. The tariffs were suspended. Now they're being put in place. So it's a gift that keeps on giving. Every 30 days, you can ask for another concession in order to delay them. At some point, how do allies sort of deal with this? And are they there for you on other issues when they feel like you've been using economic coercion? We've criticized China for using economic coercion over the years. We're now sort of engaged in our own form of it. In the short run, it may well achieve some objectives. In the long run, we have to think about how does it position the U.S.
I want to talk about two other early moves in the Trump administration, and then maybe come back and sort of size up what counts as a successful first year, second year. When you're in these jobs, you're hitting the pitch that's thrown at you, but you're also thinking about the game itself and the longer game and what adds up to success. But let me take two more that are really in the front pages and then circle back to that. So then there's the mineral deal with Ukraine that Presidents Trump and Zelensky will be talking about today. There are a whole bunch of other issues involved there, including sanctions against Russia, seizing Russian assets as part of the war. There's an economic game going on while the military game goes on. How do you assess what they've done in that space so far?
One, I think there's still a lot of uncertainty, including over the nature of this mineral deal and how it relates to the broader armistice or peace agreement that might emerge there. I think the reality is, I think the president is right that we want to bring an end to this war. The Ukrainians want to bring an end to this war. They want an end to the war that allows them to be a sovereign, independent, prosperous, and secure country embedded in the West. And that's where the rubber meets the road, the details around that. And so the Ukrainians, I was there in September, they're perfectly ready to give up territory. They understand, not in a permanent way, but to recognize that they're not going to regain the Crimea and eastern Ukraine through force right now. So they are prepared to reach a compromise, but they want security guarantees that ensure that Russia doesn't come in a third time when the US and Europe are distracted and looking elsewhere. For them, that meant NATO membership. That doesn't appear to be on the table right now, in part because the US is against it, but so are some of the other Europeans as well. And so the question is, can you create security guarantees that come as close to NATO membership in terms of deterring Russia from a third attack without actually being NATO membership? And that, I think, is part of the conversation that needs to happen. I think on the economic side, I think the mineral deal, one can debate how well it was handled, Secretary of the Treasury handing a napkin over to Zelensky in Munich and, announcing it publicly without much negotiation. One can all debate that. To a certain degree, in my view, if it gives the U.S. an ongoing interest in Ukraine, it could be a positive. it could be a positive because we're going to want to see a secure Ukraine. And now, many of these mines, as I understand it, I'm not an expert on this, are in either the Russian-controlled part of Ukraine or close to the Russian part of Ukraine. And so it's going to be one of the issues that brings the economic and the security issues together, because to get meaningful investment in there, including from the private sector, it's going to require a secure environment. And that means we're going to have to address some of these broader issues. I know you'll have Phil Zelikow on later. He is the leading expert, of course, on the use of Russian central bank assets for Ukrainian reconstruction. I think there's a lot of creative things we can do there. Europe is generally the one dragging its feet on that for a whole variety of reasons. But I think there's potential there. The question is, what does the negotiation look like? Does Putin want to negotiate? Does he feel the need to negotiate? And if he demands, I want my money back, I want to promise that Ukraine is never going to be part of NATO, I don't want any foreign troops on the territory of Ukraine, I want a demilitarized Ukraine, to what degree is this administration willing to stand up and push back against that?
Speaking of reconstruction, as it relates to a security area of the Middle East, first, going back to the first Trump administration, they negotiated the Abraham Accords. As importantly as anything, bringing in Saudi Arabia potentially into potential furthering of peace between Israel and Palestinian authorities. Since then, we've had this terribly destructive war in Gaza, started by Hamas, real atrocities, and then the Israeli response, overwhelming and devastating and really destroying Gaza as a viable place. And the Trump administration has an approach to developing that per the latest video that the president shared, is Trump Gaza, a place for people from all over the world. As you're looking at all that, it has so many different economic strands to it, including the beachfront development play, but as importantly, who finances reconstruction in Gaza, what it looks like politically, economically. Just give us your take on that and the early steps of the administration in that regard.
You know, one of the things I found useful is when one listens to President Trump on various issues, whether it's Greenland or Panama or Gaza, he will present ideas in a unconventional way. But if you peel the onion, there's an element of truth underneath that deserves attention. So Gaza was a terrible place to live before October 7th. It's virtually uninhabitable now. That is the truth. Now, not sure the answer is to move 2.5 million Palestinians out to other countries. But by announcing what he announced, he got the attention of the moderate Arab states who have been meeting in Cairo to talk about what role they could play in securing Gaza, financing its reconstruction, and building out its governance structure. And those are all important things to get to. Incredibly difficult. It's very hard to see the path forward there. It's going to require a lot of diplomacy and a lot of very careful work by the United States, with Israel, with the moderate Arab states, with the Palestinians. But he's gotten the attention. I say the same thing about Greenland and Panama, because Greenland, I don't think we're going to buy Greenland. Should we be more concerned about Arctic security? Yes. Should we be concerned that Russia and China are very focused on Arctic security and we have only one icebreaker in the U.S. Navy? Yes, that's a problem. And so he brings these issues to the table in an unconventional way. And I think the challenge is to say, okay, what is the element of fact or truth underneath this that really does deserve attention, and how should we take that forward? And I think Gaza is a perfect example of that.
So then, Mike, looking ahead, say over a 1 or 2 year trajectory of Trump 47, how do you benchmark success for them? Either as they've defined it or as we should define it. What looks like a successful 2 years? And we haven't even touched on the budget and its international economic dimensions, both things like foreign assistance, but also what what various budget agreements might do to interest rates and the strength of the dollar and all of that. But just give us a scoping of success.
I think, the easy answer is, well, we just need to make America great again, right? We'll know that when we see it. But I think the more complex answer is, one, I think he is very much committed to trying to achieve peace in Ukraine and in the Middle East. He very much wants to be seen and be a peacemaker. And if he achieved both of those in a good agreement, nobody gets the Nobel Prize for capitulation. It's got to be a good agreement that's in the U.S. interest first and foremost, but also in the interest of the countries and the peoples involved on the ground. And so I think he's putting time and effort into that, and I think that those will be important areas. I think one of the big open questions is, where does the administration stand vis-a-vis China and our global competition with China across the military, political, economic, and technological dimension? His administration has a wide range of views on China. There are a lot of so-called China hawks who think we should withdraw from Europe, withdraw from the Middle East, focus all of our efforts on the existential pacing threat of China and defend Taiwan. There's also a school of thought that's evolving that maybe we should move back to 19th century spheres of influence. And so we'll leave the Eurasia continent to Russia and the Europeans to work out. We'll take care of the Western Hemisphere from Panama to Greenland. And when it comes to the Asia Pacific or the Indo-Pacific, well, China is historically the dominant power in that region. And provided we can reach a deal with them on the issues that matter to us, economic and otherwise, we'll basically let them have their way there. That's a very different vision of world order than we've had over the last 80 years. It doesn't bode well for Taiwan, as an example, or for Southeast Asia, where there are tensions over the South China Sea and the freedom of navigation through the South China Sea. I think is a debate that is yet to be resolved. Trump 1 created the Quad, this group of India, Australia, Japan, the United States. The Biden administration further developed it and strengthened it. And I think the expectation is that Trump 2 will continue it and continue to build on it. But that's sort of creating a security architecture in the region that is designed to counter China, to balance China. It's sort of what do we do on the economic side to balance China? And at this point, it's a little unclear whether the president feels that he's got this good relationship with President Xi, he can be the ultimate deal maker, he can reach an accommodation, or whether he does see this as an existential challenge and is willing to engage in that competition in all of its dimensions.
This is a great, I think, moment to circle back on something you said before about trade as a tool. If trade is a tool, trade is a way of exercising power, do the trade moves the Trump administration made add up to a strategy in that regard? In other words, if the president sides with the real China hawks, and you're then working with Japan, Korea, Australia, and India, do the tariffs that you're threatening against them inhibit you working with them? Or is it possible to do both?
I think his belief appears to be that you could do both. That we're going to get what we get on tariffs because they've taken advantage of us, it's unfair, there's a bilateral trade deficit, their tariffs on us are higher than our tariffs on them, we want a more reciprocal arrangement, even at the same time as you do the rest. And that's where I think, to go back to your very first question, that's where the trade-offs come in. Because sometimes it's a trade-off between the short term and the long term, or it's a trade-off between getting what you want in one domain versus then not getting the cooperation you need in other and sometimes more important domains.
I want to turn to the audience for questions in a few minutes. This session goes to 10:45. So those here in the audience, please write them on cards and hand them to Alfred Reeves IV in the back, who will collect them. Those online, type them into the Q&A function of your Zoom screen, and we'll get them up here as well. So Mike, a couple questions, including about your current day job. Council on Foreign Relations, for those of you that don't know it, everybody probably knows the phrase, but you may not know what it is, but major offices in both New York and Washington, and a very extensive national membership network of really well-placed people across the country, including a lot of business leaders. Mike, you worked in finance in New York. Your New York office is right off Park Avenue. You have really easy access to some real titans in American business. What are they saying? What are you hearing from people in the business world about Trump 47, these various economic issues, and beyond? Not just what's happening here in the U.S. When they look out and see the world, what are they seeing right now and thinking?
I think the business community as a whole, and it's hard to characterize it as a variety of perspectives, is on one hand, they see what's going on and they have some concerns about fundamental changes to assumptions around questions that we thought were closed. How do you deal with allies? How do you deal with adversaries? What does world order look like? On the other hand, I would say the overwhelming sort of sentiment is pretty complacent. I think first of all, they felt like they've gone through Trump 1 and it was not catastrophic. I think they feel like this is a president who understands the importance of tax relief, deregulation, wants to usher in a golden age of innovation for the United States, and they are quite receptive to that, even if it comes with some disruptions on trade, some disruptions on immigration. So they don't like all of the specific policy proposals, but I think they're willing to suspend disbelief and be patient and see how things actually play out, what gets actually implemented, what the effects are, and there's not a lot of Cassandra, ism in the business community right now. If anything, I think they're pretty pleased, and they welcome a more liberal or more relaxed view of antitrust enforcement, of SEC enforcement, and things of that sort. So I think there's sort of a wait and see, but generally a willingness to sort of go along with it.
And tell us a little too about the broader membership and your own faculty and scholars. CFR has terrific scholars both in New York and Washington, and affiliated scholars around the country. Very bipartisan. I think in many ways the premier bipartisan organization in the country, other than the Miller Center, of course. And yet the Trump administration takes an approach to dismantling. They use that word, anti-institutionalist, anti-status quo. How's that all hitting right now internally at the council?
I look so far, and again, we have the experience of the first Trump administration as well. We are nonpartisan. We have 5,300 individual members from across the political spectrum. I think at some point we calculated that 200 of our members served in the first Trump administration in one role or another. We are a place that welcomes Trump administration officials on stage in our programs. We affirmatively go out to recruit them to participate in our programs and in our research, to become members, to serve on our board, et cetera. So we think it's very important. That we were founded in 1921 to fight against isolationism. And we're also founded to be nonpartisan. I think one of our great challenges is what happens when isolationism becomes a partisan issue. And so, we are true to our values. We are going to be anti-isolationist. We think there is a role for the United States in the world, and we think U.S. engagement in the world matters, and our job is to help inform U.S. engagement with the world. I think what we're seeing in this administration so far is actually not isolationism. It may be a different form of U.S. engagement with the world. As I said, sometimes they're unexpected or unconventional. But the U.S. is certainly engaged, whether it's in imposing tariffs or it's making proposals for peace agreements in Ukraine or otherwise. And that, I think, gives us, we produce a lot of work that makes its way into the administration. They come and they ask for briefings with us. And we also have a big role in not just trying to influence policymakers or help policymakers, but educate the public, opinion leaders around the country, local and state officials, local journalists. And so we continue that work as well.
It's great.
We also publish a great magazine called Foreign Affairs, the leading magazine in the field, which I think has really effectively defined the debate around some of these issues. If you go back over the last few months, the articles we had from Matt Pottinger and Mike Gallagher on China that then were responded to by Rush Doshi and then responded by somebody else, and the debate going on the pages and in the digital world of foreign affairs. If you're with China experts, they'll all refer to, the foreign affairs articles sort of set the debate, and we're very proud of that.
CFR in general and Foreign Affairs magazine in particular are just critical institutions and nonprofit institutions. And like the Miller Center, non-governmental, it's paid entirely by philanthropy. And we're really appreciative here, and I'm sure Mike feels the same way. It's one of the great strengths in American civil society. Mike, is there anything from our audience, anything positive about the Trump administration's approach toward Europe?
Well, look, I think many presidents, including President Obama, and I imagine President Bush before him, have been trying to encourage Europe to get their act together on defense, pay for a larger portion of their security, and deal with a lot of the issues that are preventing Europe from being as high growth and high productivity as it could or should be. There's a big debate going on in Europe. There's a lot of navel gazing going on. There's kind of an overall funk in Europe at the moment around all of these issues. I think, first of all, more NATO countries are paying 2% or more. Some of that is due to the pressure of subsequent presidents, including President Trump. Some of that is due to President Putin, who sort of underscored for them just how important it was that they get their. I think
it's like 27 of 35 or something like that. Yeah.
Something like that. And I think what's happened recently with questioning whether the U.S. security guarantee is going to be there going forward may be the final straw that gets Europe to say, all right, actually, we have to take this seriously. And some of it is about how much money they spend, but probably equally, if not more importantly, is how they spend it. Our defense industrial base has all sorts of challenges here in the United States. It's fundamentally broken in a lot of ways. So there's a lot of work going on to try and fix it. Europe is in a much worse position because they really haven't gotten over the 27 national elements of this, or 28 national elements of this. So, there's 12 air defense systems, there's multiple tanks, and they're all subscale, and they are not necessarily, doing what they need to be doing. And so, hopefully, this creates, I'm looking for the positive here, it sort of creates the crisis moment where Europe says, we've all talked for years about what needs to be done on regulation, on innovation, on our defense industrial base, on our defense spending, and President Trump may finally force us to get it done, and that could be a positive.
Two questions here regarding revenue. One is about the debt. How bad is the U.S. debt situation that the Biden Democrat Congress and Obama administration left for Trump to turn around? And in that regard, what would Trump 2's success realistically look like? But then interestingly, what concerns are there that revenue from tariffs can be used for anti or extra constitutional purposes?
Well, first of all, on the fiscal and the debt situation of the U.S. Is terrible. Economists will tell you it's unsustainable. They just don't know at what point it becomes unsustainable. So is there a particular percentage of debt to GDP? We've blown through what most economists have said over the years would be the unsustainable level, and we continue to be able to issue debt, in part because we're the prettiest house on an ugly block. There just aren't a lot of other economies like the U.S. The U.S. is still the best economy in the world in terms of growth and productivity, and the dollar continues to be the central currency for all sorts of reasons, which we can talk about, notwithstanding various challenges to it. But we are on a very precarious path, and frankly, neither party has taken it very seriously. I slightly disagree with the premise of the question because the biggest contribution to our current debt load are the Trump tax cuts of 2017, which are about to be renewed. And that will add another $4.2 trillion of debt. The last time we had a balanced budget was in a Democratic administration, the Clinton administration. And so it's been both Republican and Democratic administrations that have had a hard time getting on this. And it's not going to get done by DOGE. And it's not going to get done by cutting discretionary spending. The biggest issues, as you all know, are Social Security and Medicare, the entitlements, and no politician of either party appears to be willing to do it. Which, by the way, I think if there were a politician who could do that, it would be President Trump. Because I think he's got sort of the political capital right now to be able to do unconventional things. But I think he's made clear that there's not going to be any reform of Social Security or Medicare. So it's a very serious situation and no particular end in sight. And as I said, we're about to make it worse by making the Trump 2017 tax cuts permanent. And that will, again, add another, I think, 4.2. There'll be economists here who know this better than I do, but I think it's another $4.2 trillion to our debt. I think in terms of tariffs being used for extra constitutional, I'm not sure exactly. I don't know. I don't think I have an answer for that. There are some interesting legal questions going on right now being debated about the tariffs because the president and the chief of the Council of Economic Advisors have said these tariffs will help offset the tax cuts. It should make it easier for Republicans to support the tax cuts. It's unclear whether the rules allow tariffs that have been imposed by executive action and therefore can be changed very quickly versus tariffs that have been adopted by legislation, whether they can be counted by the Congress. It's a very technical issue to offset other expenses or tax cuts. And so we'll see how this pans out. But again, I don't see the tariffs ultimately being a huge source of revenue net revenue for the U.S.
A couple of questions here might get at what kind of world order are we creating? Transitioning to ceding. So one is, given the turmoil being done right now, will we see our trading partners pursue delay tactics while they work to rearrange their partnerships so they're not caught in this situation in the future and we end up isolated and economically weaker? Another one is, if we go back to the 19th century, what happens to globalization? What happens to international cooperation on global issues, such as space exploration, dealing with climate change, saving our oceans? Another question about AI. Are there bipartisan measures in place to safeguard U.S. innovation in generative AI and to protect U.S. interests as well as those of our allies? There's a whole suite of international cooperation issues, and I guess maybe a way of summarizing all this is, does this approach to tariffs, does the tactical get tough approach with our partners undermine a broader cooperative system?
I don't think we're going to see a lot of investment in global institutions, multilateral institutions, and cooperative efforts, whether it's on climate change or we've just withdrawn from the WHO, so when dealing with pandemics or other issues like that. That just doesn't seem to be high on this administration's agenda, even though other countries, of course, would like to cooperate with us on that. And so I do worry that those global issues, issues which by definition can't be solved by one country alone, are going to sort of fall by the wayside. And we're going to either not make progress or see, in fact, regression there. So that I think that is a concern. I think there's hope that, I'm trying to think about what could a new order look like out of here. Right now, we're sort of dismantling the old order. We haven't really put in a new order yet. And one could imagine a new order of like-minded countries who come together. And you could define like-minded in any number of ways. Some might say they should be democracies. Some might put less emphasis on democracies and more on common interests vis-a-vis China or other things. And come together around various issues. critical minerals, secure supply chains, AI, protecting technology that's critical to competitiveness. And maybe you build out a more cooperative set of activities around that kind of club of countries. That is a more fragmented world. It is sort of by definition a decoupled world. But you know, I'm generally, having watched the WTO and the multilateral trading system over the years, I don't think there's a lot of likely progress to happen there. And I think we should be looking at the second best solution, which are what I would call open plurilateralism. So you take countries that are willing to work with you on various issues and you try and build out sort of rules and standards from there. And it's open because you allow other countries to join if they're willing to sign up to those rules. You know, that was a little bit what was behind TPP. UK has now joined the TPP, which is sort of interesting. But it doesn't have to be about trade. It can be around technology. It can be around some security issues. It can be around other issues. I think we underplay a really important, unique asset of the United States. Lots of countries have markets, and lots of countries can raise or lower tariffs and give access to their markets. Europe is a bigger market as a whole than the United States. What the U.S. uniquely has is its innovation ecosystem. It's world-class universities, it's R&D, it's risk capital, it's deep capital markets, it's rule of law, it's entrepreneurial culture. It's the reason why every entrepreneur around the world who has an idea wants to come to the US and start their company here. And that is a powerful potential tool. We haven't yet translated into a tool of foreign policy, but I could see a club where you basically say, you work with us on China, you work with us on this, you work with us on that, you know, and you get to send your top quality students to our universities, you know, and they can stay here and create you can get access to our risk capital markets. You know, we're going to facilitate that. Frankly, and this will be heretical coming from a former trade negotiator, that's a much more powerful proposition than lowering our average applied tariff from 3% to 0%. You know, we only have a 3% tariff on average. So a free trade agreement, we fight a lot about free trade agreements, particularly over tariff reductions for goods. In the long run, it's not that meaningful compared to other things we could do with other countries in the area of innovation, in the area of economic cooperation, technological cooperation, that I could see as being the building blocks of a new order.
Mm-hmm. So in the few minutes we have left, Mike, two easy questions, really easy. What keeps you up at night, and what keeps you going?
Look, I think it might be the same answer, which is, I mean, I think this is the most disruptive, interesting, creative period in American history in 80 years, you know, since the end of the Second World War. And whether it's taking apart elements of the old order, or thinking about elements of the new order, I worry about it. I think it's also a great opportunity. I think the U.S. is well placed if we can sort of get our act together, focus, and come up with a positive agenda. I think the world still wants the U.S. to lead. You know, they resent sometimes the way we lead. They hate it when we throw our weight around. But the only thing they hate more than us throwing our weight around is our indifference. And so they want us to be involved. They want us to lead. And I think it's ours. It's our opportunity if we can get our act together and take advantage of it.
Is there a particular hotspot that, when you're reading the various headlines, particularly on days where the fire hose is fully open and everything's coming at you, is there a topic or a place that you're immediately drawn these days?
I always look for the issues that are not getting sufficient attention. You know, I think one that is lingering out there is in Africa, and it's the war in Sudan, which, you know, more people have been dying in Sudan every day than Ukraine and the Middle East put together during the Gaza war and during the Ukraine war. It does not get very much attention. There are broad implications for big parts of the continent, which is going to be the most populous continent. And We just don't spend enough time or energy on it because everything else appears to be more urgent.
And on what keeps you going, you did this tour of universities in the run-up to the election, particularly focused on some important swing states. What are you seeing in the rising generation that it's one of the things that keeps us going here and is very exciting, but are there particular things that you're seeing from the rising generation that are changing the way you're thinking about CFR and the day job there?
I mean, we view CFR, as I said, as a membership organization, but we view one of our functions as trying to identify and cultivate and support the next generation of diverse foreign policy experts. And so it's great to go to universities and find people who are just beginning their careers who want to go into this area. And they're enthusiastic, they're internationalist, they really get it and they understand. And they have, whatever their views are politically, they have a wide range of views about how the U.S. should engage with the world, but they seem very committed to doing that. And I'm just hopeful. I mean, you and I have had the privilege of serving in government. I'm hopeful that as we go through this rather disruptive period in Washington right now with a lot of turmoil around the civil service and agency firings and things like that, that we don't discourage that next generation from pursuing careers that at least include some part of their life in public service. It'd be a shame for them personally and a shame for the country.
Well, Mike, huge thanks, not just for all that you're doing, but all that you've done for the country and also for us at the Miller Center. It's just great to have you back. We hope very much it won't be your last visit, obviously, but in the coming years, you have really important work to do, and we're just really appreciative that you're doing it.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
So I'd love to ask the audience to let Mike leave, because I know people are going to want to go up and talk to him. And then we'll all follow him out, and we'll reassemble here at 11 o'clock. So thanks.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We had a fantastic keynote just earlier. And thank you for coming back for the first of what will be 2 panels today. This one is titled Challenges to U.S. Economic and Financial Statecraft in Historical Perspective. My name is Scott Miller. I'm the director of the Project on Democracy and Capitalism here at the Miller Center, as well as an assistant professor at the Darden School of Business, effectively right across the street. This panel aims to assess the strength of American financial and economic tools through which the United States can assert its interests on the global stage, and also try to understand the challenges and opportunities for deploying them, because we have both issues that are equally important. So over the next hour and 15 minutes or so, we want to try to evaluate how America's position in the world economy and the relationship between economics and international security have changed over time, as well as do an assessment of where we are at this exact moment. And the second panel will then try to take that assessment and develop some policy recommendations for exactly how we would propose we can move forward over the next 12 to 18 months. In this first panel, we want to tackle a series of questions, such as how is American economic and financial power evolving? Are the changes that are taking place secular or cyclical? To what extent is America's ability to exercise economic and financial power something that policymakers can even control? Or is there a kind of gradation there? And I think equally important, what policy tools and assets are increasing in importance as we move into this new era, and which are receding. So to have that discussion, for the baseball fans in the room, we have a veritable murderer's row, 1927 Yankees joke, everybody, of globally renowned scholars and experts with a wide array of expertise and also perspectives across the political spectrum. So online, we have Philip Zelikow, who is the Botha Chan Senior Fellow at Stanford's Hoover Institution. On Zoom, we also have Emily Blanchard, Economics Professor, and Daniel R. Revers T89 Faculty Fellow at the Tuck School of Business at Dartmouth College. Here in the room, we have my colleague at the Darden School, Yorgos Alianis. He is the Robert F. Brunner Distinguished Professor of Business Administration. We also have Henry Farrell, the Stavros, there we go, Niarchos Foundation Agora Institute Professor at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Here we have with us Everett Eisenstadt, who is a partner in the Public Policy Practice Group at Squire Batten Boggs and has served in different positions in government, including Deputy Director of the National Economic Council. Also at the table with us, last but certainly not least, we have Peter Harrell, non-resident fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, before which he served in the White House as Senior Director for International Economics. So a murderer's row indeed. Before we start, I'd just like to emphasize 2 things, and that this is designed, and we're sitting here in the round, and this is designed to be a conversation, not just speeches that at you, but actually integrating and connecting with each other. So obviously with our presenters, that means that I would encourage everyone to be conscious of the length of their comments, so that we can have as much interaction and conversation as possible. But also for our audience, both in the room and online, we would like to bring your questions into the conversation. We will save a little bit of time at the end specifically dedicated to questions, but oftentimes I find that it's especially interesting to actually, when we are discussing a specific topic, to bring those questions actually into the conversation itself. So for those of us in the room, you have your note cards and your pencils, so please submit, quote unquote, those questions as they come to mind, and the staff will bring them to me. And for those of us online, you can submit your questions in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen, and we will get those to me as well. Okay, now we get to the fun stuff away from me. So I want to start with a question that came up at the very end of our previous session, and that was on this subject of a quote-unquote new world order that may be emerging. Okay. I had already planned on addressing this, but I think it's a perfect place to kind of start this assessment of American economic and financial statecraft. So I'd like to start with Professors Zelikow and Blanchard and ask, are we really entering a new world order, and how does that look compared to the previous ones? What are we noticing that's different? And then what are the primary forces actually driving this transition? And so I'd like to start with Professor Zelikow, and then we'll go to Professor Blanchard.
Sure, thanks very much, Scott. And it's a real pleasure to be back at the Miller Center, my old home, if only back virtually. Let's just take a moment to appreciate the significance of the historical period we're in. We are now at the period in which the major economic institutions that were created at the beginning of the 1990s are all in the process of dying or being dismantled, I think. So there's not a sufficient appreciation that we actually invented a whole new system of world order in the late 1980s and early 1990s. The World Trade Organization was an entirely new invention. It was complemented in places like NAFTA. You had old institutions like the International Monetary Fund, but the IMF was entirely transformed to play quite different roles during the 1980s and 1990s, and so on. So the basic animating principle of all those changes was to aspire to create a global commonwealth in which the world would no longer be formally divided into economic blocks, and that there would be institutions that would have global aspirations. We can then have a discussion as to how well that did, but my main point here is simply to say that I believe that whole era is now coming to an end. The World Trade Organization is in a near zombie state. I think the future role and capacity of both the IMF and the World Bank are unclear. I actually think there are serious challenges now underway even to some aspects of the European Union, and its future is becoming more clouded. But the main point is that the global commonwealth system is now going down. So then the question historically is what's going to take its place? There are, in my view, two basic pathways that are opening up, and I think we're at a historic crossroads now. One pathway will be to return more to a national imperial-centered vision of the organization of the world economy, similar to what ended up emerging during the 1920s and 1930s, which had unfortunate consequences. The United States government, certainly by the mid-1920s, had adopted a highly nationalist view of its interests, both in trade and finance. This is already clear by the early to mid-1920s. Wall Street attempted to compensate for the government's insularity, but could only do so to a limited degree until Wall Street itself was overwhelmed in the Depression at the end of the 20s. So one pathway is the national imperial pathway. The second pathway is a pathway more resembling what we chose in the 1940s, in which we organized sort of a security and economic commons around the different blocks. So if the fundamental choice we're facing now in this period is between drifting into the path of the 1920s or deliberately pushing instead a path towards what we did in the 1940s, I very much support the latter. I think it's going to be impossible in the short term anyway to recreate the system that's going down. So let me say a little bit more then on how to envision and make the argument for the 1940s pathway. Some of you will know the history that when there was already a reaction in the Depression in the United States to try to slowly, hesitantly move back towards a more internationalist approach with Cordell Hull's initiatives towards what he called reciprocal trade agreements. If those words sound resonant, that's good. Hull himself was inclined to be a free trader because he was concerned about the Southern agricultural interests that he came from Tennessee and so on. That turned in the 1940s, and with the leadership of people like Will Clayton, by the way, a former Texas cotton broker, also with similar agriculturalist free trade interests, into what they tended to call a general agreement on tariffs and trade. But the general agreement on tariffs and trade was really a Cold War bloc that was designed basically among America's allies only. It was not a universalist conception. But it was multilateral in conception from the start. Now, I'm not suggesting that we can simply try to turn the clock over to a new GAD. Instead, my suggestion is that we look to create what we could call an economic and security commons. And you'll note that I emphasize the word economic in front of security, which is not the way they would have done it in the late 40s. But I think is important so that it can resonate, especially with this administration and its supporters. This administration and many of its supporters believe that security interests flow from our economic partners rather than the other way around. So if you began thinking about an economic and security commons and ask what would it consist of, rather than right out say, oh, this is all about a new kind of broad trade agreement, which I think might be a mistaken path, I think you can emphasize that such an economic and security commons would at least have the following four components, but which will then flow into trade understandings. The four things I would lead with is that America and key partners in the free world need to pool their resources in order to have common approaches on one, finance and capital flows, two, production of critical goods, including things like defense goods and biopharma. Three, energy and energy supplies, in which the United States is currently a superpower. And four, high technology, including the production of AI. It turns out on those four topics that when you examine them, we can't achieve the results that we're going to want to. I think I can persuasively argue, including to Navarro and Lighthizer. By the way, Lighthizer is already beginning to think this way, as are others. And Lighthizer's recent op-ed in the New York Times previews some of this. He has in mind kind of a combined set of tariff agreements, but you see the doorway he's painting. In these four realms, you can make the argument that we have to pool our resources if we are to achieve America's objectives. That finance capital flows, production of the critical goods, which if you get into the detail about this, the United States doesn't have sufficient national control over the relevant supply chains and critical materials. I also want to emphasize on production that as people keep talking about reshoring manufacturing, we don't have the labor market to do it, even if all the other circumstances, all the other terms of trade were right. The Europeans do have the labor market to do this. Europe has twice as many people in manufacturing employment as the United States, and the unemployment rate among those people is 50% higher than ours. And then if you work in Japan and South Korea into that, you begin to see that actually the potential complementary manufacturing powerhouse to us is there, not here, even in your best case. So production of critical goods. On energy, the complementarities are vivid, and anyone in the industry can explain them. And then on technology, it's insufficiently appreciated that the United States actually relies on a worldwide talent pool and is actually deeply involved in technology cooperation with foreign partners. Google DeepMind is headquartered in the United Kingdom. So its leading lights live in the UK. Key people in the sector, like Larry Ellison, are actually in the process of making very large investments in the UK, for example. And in the UK, for example, they were the ones who pioneered the work on AI safety and security. They are still the pioneers in that field and the leading source of talent on it. They have renamed their AI Safety Institute and AI Security Institute in a correct effort to turn that institute into something that's less about what the administration calls woke ideology and more into something that's concerned with the national security agenda of AI. And I believe Prime Minister Starmer discussed this with President Trump, and actually Elon Musk cares quite a lot about that agenda.
Absolutely.
So it turns out that when you flow out of those four things, you begin to already then see, I think I can fill in then understandings about common trade policies, but I'd lead with these specific requirements, and then you'll see how those will flow into a broader conception of an economic and security commons among our partners in the free world, which is a way of choosing the 1940s multilateral pathway to the new era instead of the current drift, which I think is drifting into the 1920s style approach.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you, Professor Zelikow. Professor Blanchard, I think that the obvious question here is why are we emerging or going into this new world order? I show my students all the time this kind of hockey stick graph where the previous world order shows global GDP just almost literally going vertical. So the question I have for you is, what is driving this transition?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I don't have all the answers. So let me start with that. Here's my best guess. Looking out at the world, there are three big forces that all came into confluence at the same time. One is just geopolitics, right? We find ourselves in a period of rising great power competition, particularly an antagonistic relationship between the US and China, though clearly these are not the only players. That has a lot to do with behavior in Beijing, honestly, to which the US is responding. But there are many forces there. So number one, a dissolution of trust with this new geopolitical competition. Number two, climate change and the climate crisis. This is going to cause a lot of disruptions, already is disruptions in global supply chains, natural disasters, but also looking forward, thinking about the risks to people, to livelihoods, to agriculture, to cities around the world, to mass migration. We're entering a period where even if we lived in the post-Second World War, the halcyon days of multilateral cooperation, we would have a really tough path ahead. So climate is clearly one of the big pieces here. Climate and climate change and the right and appropriate push towards decarbonization has also brought online new technologies, which I'll talk about in just a minute, that change the demand for certain kinds of, think critical minerals, things like lithium and cobalt are suddenly much, much more important. And we're maybe seeing the end where some of the legacy fossil fuels will become less important. So there's a shifting nexus of geopolitical power or geoeconomic power around natural resources because of climate as well. The third thing, and I think this is really essential to understand this moment too, is of course political discontent among voters in democracies and in non-democracies around the world. There are a lot of people look at the world as it has evolved through the end of the 20th century and the early 21st century, and have said, in one way or another, this is not the social contract I signed up to. The demand for my time, my talents, my experience isn't what I thought it would be. I'm getting a rotten deal. I want something new. We see rising income inequality, rising wealth inequality, particularly globally, no, but within especially developed and industrialized countries, yes. And so popular discontent with globalization, I think a lot of it probably is caused by technology, but globalization is clearly the scapegoat here, has led countries and governments to approach their economic integration totally differently. And Professor Zelikow laid forth that crumbling of the 20th century rules-based order. I share that diagnosis, unfortunately, though I wouldn't have such beautiful words and a clear way of describing it, but that's exactly what I see too. Let me add one more piece to this, though. We've got these three forces: geopolitical tensions rising, popular discontent with globalization, mistrust of neighbors, climate change scrambling the order on resources and what's going to be really important, and what are the kinds of shocks that governments need to be prepared to respond to, and firms are already preparing for. And then that means the economy has already shifted in important ways. And here I'll say the rise of new technologies is at the heart of so much of the challenges and the way the world is changing today. We've got new technologies, yes, of course, powering AI, powering new developments in biotechnology, and so much more. That's really essential. New potential dual use capabilities, absolutely essential to understand, again, especially in the context of rising geopolitical animosity. But here's the other thing about the rise of new technologies. A lot of these are fundamentally winner-take-all markets, where you're going to have enormous concentration of intellectual property, of trademarks, of innovation in the hands of just a few private sector players. We have individual companies now, yes, the big tech firms, but not only them, with as much power as mid-size or maybe even larger countries. This is also, this rise of enormous, titanic private sector players also reshuffles the geopolitical, geoeconomic landscape in really important ways. And so I think that as we look forward, we have to grapple with not only how are governments going to cooperate with each other, is it going to be in a block type of arrangement, or so a new geometry of alliances? Will it be completely unilateral and nationalist, like Professor Zelikow? I think this is a terrible idea, and also a fool's errand, just given the way the global economy actually works and the way that products and ideas are made in the world and will continue to be made in the world. But all of that still has to grapple with, what do you also do with a massive concentration of power in private sector hands? And again, critically, firms are not fundamentally or necessarily tied to any one country. And so this is a very different, very much more complicated game than I think even the world faced in 1940. So with that, I look forward to this conversation. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. We're going to be talking in just a bit about technology competition. So this is a wonderful kind of transition into the room, if you will. But what I want to start with first, because I would argue that it makes physical technology, for lack of a better word, possible, is my favorite technology, and I think the most important technology of the last 400 or 500 years, which is finance and money. Makes the world go round, as they say. Absolutely. So I want to start with my colleague Yorgos Alianis, and I think one of the things that a lot of Americans understand is, okay, we have Wall Street, we have New York, but they don't necessarily understand the power that having the United States is kind of the locus of financial dominance, like what that gives us, both in an economic perspective, but also the levers of the state. What does that give as far as tools of financial statecraft? What does that kind of financial dominance allow us to do?
Very well. Well, we actually have Dallas as well. In case you didn't know, there is a new market that has been developing, which is kind of fascinating. Well, let's start with capital markets. What do? They really are there to fund good ideas. So imagine you live in a country and you have a great idea and you have no money and nobody to turn to. Therefore, there's no more a good idea. So that's very simple. Huh? And then imagine that you can actually pitch this idea to someone in New York, and then all of a sudden, you actually have somebody writing a check. Wow, that gets interesting now. So imagine that everybody learns about this person who actually talked to someone in New York and got the money, and then you got like a horde of people basically with good ideas that really want to come to New York and get the money. Now, that's the other interesting thing is that suppose you have a bad idea. What happens? You come to New York, you ask for money, and nobody's giving you the money. Wow. So essentially what capital markets do is separate the good, the bad, and the ugly. When markets are efficient, which means essentially there is a lot of competition for the money. What happens is all these investors are going to decide where am I going to actually get the return for the risk I'm taking. And there are markets out there that are very inefficient, right? So you just have one person buying, and so they dictate the terms. But when there's a lot of investors in a particular market, it basically, in the end, what we call it, this price discovery. So what happens there is that you actually get the valuation and the price that you, quote unquote, deserve. Now, a lot of people said, well, the stock market goes up, it goes down, I don't care. But I'm looking at my 401k all the time. That was a joke, huh? I do care, of course, where the market is going. But the reality is that if you had the choice to go to a market that pays you 80 cents on the dollar versus another market that pays you $1, where would you go? It's very clear. You're going to go to the market that gives you $1 versus the 80 cents on the dollar. Now, how do you get this full valuation, which is the dollar, versus the 80 cents? Well, you got to be in a market that first understands the talent, the technology, what you bring to the table. So you need this ecosystem of people who are going to judge, is this a good company, bad company, ugly company, is this good technology, etc. And you got people who have money. This is where the money is. The money is in the US, a lot of it. Why? Because it's like the reverse argument, right? People realize that, if you take my argument earlier, the good ideas are going to come to New York. Yeah. Therefore, I have to be in New York. Yeah. And maybe Dallas. Okay, that was a good one. Yeah. So that's kind of how the system works. And actually, this is the most fascinating thing for me is, I'll get to your question about what does it do for the average folk, the average person, and for America, for our country, right?
Because that's the question: what power does this give us, American policymakers?
I mean, it's a huge power. I'll tell you what. I've written some stuff on Brexit, which we can talk with Professor Zellico at some other point. I'm really quite down on UK, especially after what happened with Brexit. And one of the outcomes of this is essentially the best IT company that came out of UK in the last however many years now, chose to list in New York. What does that mean? So they had the chance, do I want to get 80 cents on the dollar or $1? And the answer is very clear, because some people have given you the money to get to the point where you actually now have the chance to list. And
I'll take the dollar.
I take the dollar.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's very clear. I'll take the dollar. I go to New York. Now, this is the funny thing. This is ARM, for those of you who know ARM Technologies, huge company out of UK. And now, basically, I think they listed for, I don't know, 40, 50 billion.
Yep.
Now, can you guess how much it is a year and a half later? Give me a number.
I had no idea.
It's 140 billion. I actually looked all these things up. Don't think that I have it in my head. But it's 140. And so if you're ARM and you're any other technology company in the UK, which they have good universities, they have good ideas, they have good people. But if you look at this, then you're like, forget London Stock Exchange. In fact, last year, there were 88 companies that delisted from London Stock Exchange.
Right.
I mean, it's incredible. The average discount that you get is about 28%. So instead of a dollar, you get, what is that, 72 cents?
Yeah.
If my math is good. So 72 cents on the dollar. So then you get, this is one company. Imagine a second company, a third company, and everybody is like, forget about UK, forget about Europe. Europe, you could have other discounts. And I'm going to America. Now, what happens when you have the best companies? Remember, if you're a bad company, you're not coming to America.
Right.
Because you're not going to get funded. So imagine the best companies come to America, and they get funded. And then you feel like, I have a lot of money. What do I do? Well, this is, I think, our preeminence here with our own. Look, if you have a very high income per capita and a lot of spending power, a lot of billionaires, then what you do is you spend on things. And so these companies know that. And so they're going to create, and they're already creating, investments in this country and ways to really continue to monetize what they do. Another example, and I'll stop here.
Well, I mean, the question I want to, so I think it's inevitable that the United States is an attractive place for talent, for capital, and that there is a certain degree of leverage that enables U.S. government to hold with countries all across the world. But I think the question I'm curious is, that's an asset, and I'll turn to Professor Farrell here for just a moment. Like, should we be concerned about the degradation of that leverage that we have, or should we think about it in a completely different way?
Okay, I think both at the same time. So if we think about the leverage that it provides, a lot of that leverage, I think, is leaking away at the moment. So if you look, for example, when President Trump a couple of weeks ago announced tariffs against Colombia, he also announced that he was going to impose, I think the phrase was, maximum financial sanctions against Colombia for having had the temerity to refuse a couple of plane loads of undocumented people. When you see the United States using these tools in a very, very undisciplined way, in a way that suggests that there's a lot of uncertainty associated with that, I do think that over the longer term, that means that other countries, so in the short term, they're likely to basically bow their head. In the medium to long term, they're likely to figure out what are the ways in which we can disentangle ourselves as much as possible from these various aspects of financial markets, the dollar clearing system, all of these things which create vulnerabilities that they may then fear the United States will then exploit against them. But I also think that there's a bigger question here, which maybe, Yorgos, maybe we disagree, and it would be interesting to have this debate about this. So I think that one of the things that makes me really nervous at the moment is how the United States is doubling down on AI. If you look at the massive valuations of OpenAI, if you look at NVIDIA, we have an economy which really is making a massive bet that we're going to get to some kind of AGI sometime in the next few years. And this is not just a bet which is being made financially, this is also a national security bet. If you read some of the stuff that Jake Sullivan said after coming out of the administration, he very clearly buys into this argument. I worry that we are effectively buying into AI, buying into the notion that we can use these choke points in order to prevent China from getting AI, and not realizing that China is offering a whole suite of other technologies, bringing together the energy economy, transport, all of these other things in ways that I think is going to allow China potentially to really outcompete the United States. And I think the US is just so used to being the technological leader of the world, it simply doesn't know how to respond when it is plausibly in second place. So I do wonder and worry that both the financial markets and the foreign policy establishment is in effect being irrational about the situation that the United States is at the moment, and not realizing that it needs not just to try and strangle other countries, but instead to create a kind of stack of self-reinforcing technologies as a path forward in the future that is not so reliant on just one particular bet.
Yeah, I'd like to open it up to Mr. Harrell and Eisenstadt. You know, one thing that Peter and I were talking about last night, and I hear this question quite a bit at Darden across the street, is yes, there are potential issues here with the U.S. losing financial and economic leverage, but where are they going to go, right? Like Mr. Fuman said in the earlier session, is we're still the prettiest house on a very ugly block, so to speak. And so starting first with Mr. Harrell, does that logic still hold? That yes, we may be doing some things that are really diminishing our leverage and our credibility, but like what? You're going to go to China, you're going to go to Europe, you're going to go to UK. Where do you come down on this?
So I think in the sort of short to medium run, we have so far and are likely to see, again, at least in the short to medium run, major sources of American leverage hold. Let me first talk about, and Ambassador Fuman brought this up, sort of our leverage as a market, our leverage via tariffs and trade power. And Ambassador Fuman brought this up in his opening remarks. Like, we are still a big importer and a big consumer, and you're seeing Trump be able to leverage the threat of 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico and other countries to get geopolitical wins. At least over the next period of time, I don't see that going anywhere. And you think about this as you sort of U.S. threatens tariffs on Europe and on Mexico and places like that. In a very realpolitik world, and we do see, I should begin by saying, we do see, Europe is signing a deal with Mercosur and announced today they're going to try and sign a deal with India and whatnot. But you know what? Mercosur and India aren't going to buy a bunch of Mercedes cars. They're just not. Like, the market's not there, right? For the sort of industries Europe has today, they need the U.S. export market. And so I think that does mean in the next couple of years, like, Trump is going to get a lot of leverage through this tariff vector, for better or for worse. I mean, I think he's not going to use it necessarily as well as he could, but he is going to have a lot of leverage there, and that's just a fact. I think on the financial front, if you look at the sort of traditional statistics around sort of the role of the dollar internationally, you continue to see the dollar dominant in sort of foreign reserves by other governments. You also continue to see the dollar dominant in international trade. Now, here I do think we're seeing some erosion. I do think what we are seeing on the reserve side, and there has been over the last couple of years, not a ton, but a couple of percentage points decline in the share of dollar in global reserves. It's been interesting to see, as we kind of move back to an earlier period of geopolitics, what the countries that are trying to diversify away from the dollar are doing. And it's not moving to other currencies, it's moving to gold. Because I think the reality is a lot of countries look at this, and if you're a sovereign in the Middle East or somewhere, you might think you have some geopolitical risk parking your dollar in New York, but you probably also have geopolitical risk parking it in London. You probably have some geopolitical risk parking it in Germany, and in China. You certainly have geopolitical risk parking it there. So we're seeing this kind of pivot back to 19th century collections of gold, and that's one reason gold is at all-time record highs today. So I think we are seeing some diversification, but it's like hard to figure out where you go. On the finance front, it is interesting, and here I do think sort of trade finance, trade flows. We are clearly seeing countries like China, Russia, try to build financial infrastructure that they can use to at least manage payments among themselves without depending on the dollar for it. And I think there, over not 1 to 2 years, but over several years, we have and will continue to see some success. I think Russia has been broadly quite successful in finding all things considered, it's more expensive, it's more challenging, but all things considered, they've been pretty successful at finding ways to continue trading with their trading partners without reliance on the dollar. And I think, within a couple of years, China would largely be able to do that as well. So I do think that the kind of financial vector will be a diminishing choke point. Now, caveat on that is that I feel like over the last couple of years, maybe going back a decade now to when Jack Lew talked about will our overuse of sanctions, then Treasury Secretary, erode the role, we have only thought about defending the role. Most policymakers in Washington have only thought about defending the role of the dollar defensively. Let's use sanctions less and not drive them away. We have not thought about defending the role of the dollar offensively. What are we, from a policy perspective, going to go out and do to continue to make the dollar attractive? And I think there are a couple of things you think about there. One is, just sort of how do we go out and, promote it for trade and make it more efficient and that kind of thing. There's also a piece, as we see the rise of things like stable coins and cryptocurrencies, I think there are real financial risks there. I also think there's a national security question of, we probably would prefer to have global stable coins, a kind of cryptocurrency that's really for trade, run by American firms rather than by foreign firms. So, do we want to go out and advocate here for a regulatory regime? And then the third thing is, what do we do to throw sand in the gears of these other countries who are trying to develop alternatives? And we just haven't. We haven't thought about how to play offense to maintain the position of the dollar at a policy level. And I think that's going to be an important area of debate over the next couple of years.
Absolutely. And that the second panel, if I can just give a plug for our second panel, that offense is exactly what we're going to be talking about. How do we develop an offensive game plan? Another sports reference, apparently, for the United States in that. Mr. Eisenstadt, you're an expert and have worked largely on trade issues. From my approximation, at least, it seems like the idea that a large percentage of global trade is invoiced in dollars creates a tremendous demand for dollars. If that, I guess, two-part question, do you believe that, at least in the medium term, that kind of central dollar role in trade is under threat? And if it is how big of a problem is that?
Well, I think in the medium term, I don't see a real competitor to the dollar. I mean, we'll see what happens in crypto markets and whether an alternative, methodology develops. But at this point, the dollar is the currency of trade and will continue to be. And I think one of the questions is, how can that be sustained? And if it is going to be replaced, how do we ensure that we have the ability to build the tools to enable us to remain a key player in financial markets? But on trade, there are efforts among many countries to develop alternative methodologies for payment. There are some small pockets being developed among, China and Russia. But candidly, that's, people are not going to say, please give me all those, renminbi and I'll give you all my dollars and I'm happy because I hold this, because you have to depend upon the country in which you're investing to give you something in return. And we still have the most transparent, open financial market in the world. And I think that will be continued for quite some time. So it's something to be concerned about. I don't think I'd be overly indexed on that concern, but there's a lot of other elements to it, including how do we use this power? And I think Peter noted correctly that the use of sanctions has escalated. And there does come a point, and this is a concern that was starting to emerge under the prior administration, that an overutilization of the dollar as a tool to control economic behavior abroad. So at some point, people are like, look, it's too burdensome. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm going to find another way to get my financing. So one of the and still to be written stories in this current administration is, how are they going to use sanctions? And how are they going to use tariffs? And there's a stream of thought that merits watching, is that you will see a diminished use of sanctions and an increasing use of tariffs, perhaps for the same purpose. Now, where does that lead us? We'll see. But I do think that's something that we need to keep our eye on.
Absolutely. Just final question here on the financial front, because I do want to move into issues specifically around trade and tech. To Yorgos, one thing you and I have talked about considerably, and I'm not sure that we have a consensus on, is there a potential threat to U.S. capital markets? The money flowing to Singapore, Dubai. Is New York as the center of global equity markets under threat, or is that just kind of people being overly pessimistic?
I mean, global capital market threat, I don't think so. But in terms of, look, when you are in Russia and you have a lot of money and you can't move it to New York, which you would like, or London, but people in Dubai say, bring your money here. Mm-hmm. What do you do? The same thing with Singapore. So I will say that what we saw in the last few years is the world is moving a little bit into more poles. So we see that, I don't want to say the dismantling of globalization, but almost that. And so people start wondering, is New York or is America as safe, especially if you potentially could run into some difficulties with U.S. policy. So there is, we talk about Global South, we talk about the BRICS Plus. I mean, there's some surprising countries that signed on. Now, I don't know whether BRICS Plus is going to be better than BRICS and different, but the fact that there are some efforts to really, devise two poles, the one obviously China, Russia, maybe Iran, other junior partners, and the other one is on the US. And now we're, of course, doing quite a bit of things to upset our allies. So we don't know in the end what's going to be on our side. So there is that, and I think it's going to continue because now everybody has taken that into granted. Like the next thing America wants is they're going to cut us off from SWIFT, they're going to cut us from this, MasterCard and Visa. But now, you go to China, they have their own thing. You go to India, they have a free. So essentially, they have cut out. Sorry, Mike. They've cut out MasterCard and Visa, who are taking nice cuts, and they're basically saying, "Look, we're going to give the government basic thing for any transaction because the system. Actually, if you look into payments, is a fascinating system." And I'll stop here. I've done some work on this, but the whole idea is that if I have the pipes and I'm just the toll collector, every transaction I just cut a fee, and it's this beautiful world. All I need is investment to have the pipe. And now in India, what do they say? Why do we let the Americans really dictate this? And then if we have something, for example, that they don't like, they might do the same as they did in Russia. So we're going to have our own system, and every Indian, and it's free. So there's there's still MasterCard and Visa in India. Don't get me wrong, but it's diminishing. And so there are responses. That's, I guess, we're going to see.
Absolutely. I want to move now to the issue from an old technology of finance to newer technologies, let's say. I want to start with Professor Farrell and then go to Professor Blanchard because they both brought up the issue of technology. But the question is, if we're going to Professor Zeliko's thesis about the reshaping of a new global order, almost everywhere I go, whether it be Wall Street, Washington, everywhere in between, the idea that technology competition is reshaping or pushing along this new global order is almost a ubiquitous sentiment. And so I would be interesting, Professor Farrell, is hearing you say, like, how is this technological competition pushing this this new world order down the pipes?
So I do think it is pushing. So if we look, and this is research that my colleagues and I have done forthcoming in International Studies Quarterly. Yeling Tan is the person who really drove this. If you look at how China has responded on tech, a lot of Chinese push on tech and creating their own technology stack in information technology has been pretty visibly in response to US moves of one sort or another. You see a massive increase in discussion around the time that ZTE, this company, actions are taken against it at the beginning of the Trump administration. You see so in a sense, there is a reactive element to that as well. But I kind of feel like Philip and Emily, I feel like their response is maybe a little bit too optimistic. I mean, okay, I know. I'm trying to be more of a bummer. And I'm not.
Love it.
Yeah. I'm not sure that we're in for a new international order. So if I look at the world, I look at, so if I look at all of these different problems which are feeding on each other, technological competition, climate change, so the decaying of democracy, economic coercion, all of these things, these huge messy problems which are feeding upon each other. Global migration is another, and so migration feeds upon climate change, which also causes increased democratic problems, et cetera, et cetera. So I see a massive proliferation of problems. I see, in an ideal world, you would see a feedback loop where bigger problems would mean bigger problem-solving capacities, either domestically or internationally. If anything, the feedback loop seems to be going the other way. So I do wonder whether instead of a global international order, which suggests that there's going to be some ordering principle which is going to emerge, whether this be empires and zones of influence or coordination, I wonder if we're just going to see an increased messy set of problems which feed upon each other and increasing weakness of capacity to respond. Maybe you can call that an order. I think I would call that an almighty mess.
So a Hobbesian state of nature between nations, if you will. That is an optimistic tone, I don't think. Professor Blanchard, the questions to you on this technology competition question.
Yeah, thanks. And it's funny, as an economist, I'm rarely considered the bright, uplifting voice in the room. So thank you, Henry, for once again making me sound like the optimist. Completely agree, unfortunately, with your pessimism. When I think, where should we go? What should governments strive to do? I am completely aligned with Professor Zelikow and that idea of what would be the best solution or the way to manage the very real risks and capitalize on some very real opportunities as well. Are we actually going to get there? Well, this is tough. And technology makes it all so much harder, as Professor Farrell has said. Why? Well, a couple of things. So number one, just simple observations. Simple observation number one, technology and the nature of technologies today are fundamentally dual use. So things like generative AI can be used for great good and for great evil, great harm. So what does this mean, this intermingling of technologies that spur both the kind of commercial and human innovations that we want to encourage in the world, but the fact that those can be misused by adversarial actors to compromise security and well-being of others, whether it's through a surveillance state or coming up with new bioengineered weapons or other weapons. It means, unfortunately, that the collateral damage associated with governments' attempts to restrict access to technology or to corral or to shape technology, the collateral damage is just going to be much greater, right? The intent of the October 2022 export controls that the U.S. imposed on exports of, everybody in this room knows, of course, advanced technologies associated with semiconductor production to fuel AI. Those restrictions were designed entirely with the intent of maximizing and preserving U.S. national security, but we cannot deny the fact that they also, by their very definition, did impose economic costs, not only on Chinese firms and consumers, but firms and consumers and users all around the world. And so number one is this commingling of economics and security is a real problem. It just makes everything harder and it increases collateral damage. The other thing that I'll say, just very briefly, is these technologies are fundamentally footloose. So the idea that governments can put the genie into the bottle, or rather take advanced technologies and corral them within a single country or a single block of countries, we've seen it's very, very difficult. And to be clear, policymakers, Peter Harrell, not least among, right, very keenly aware of the difficulty of slowing down other countries' technological advance or reducing the speed with which technology crosses borders. But fundamentally, I think this just makes it very, very difficult for governments to organize national security policies when technologies are fundamentally, for the most part, ideas and innovations that can cross borders, and arbitrageurs are going to do what arbitrageurs do, right? I think these technologies will spread, and that will have great benefits in some ways, but also bring great risk.
Absolutely. I like to, as a trained early American economic historian, one of the very first things Alexander Hamilton did when he went into the Treasury Department was set up a small unit to steal British industrial secrets. And the British set up in response a unit to prevent the Americans from doing so. And this resulted in a tit for tat that went on for the better part of 3 centuries now, I would say. But I'd like to turn to Mr. Is this question of technology controls and the use of different levers of economic statecraft to try to maintain advantage. I'm curious, with your expertise on trade, how we should think about even this concept of trying to maintain technological superiority. And one of the ways that I would like to think about this is economic statecraft and the use of sanctions, tariffs, however we want to frame it. Is that even the right way to think about maintaining a technological superiority?
Well, I think it is. I mean, it's first, I think, to keep in mind that one of the reasons that we had the world we had for so long with integration and the open markets, there really was no competition. The United States set the rules. We set the technology rules. We were well ahead of many, many other markets. And others have started to catch up, and they emulated what we did. They used the institutions we built. They modified them to their own needs. We assisted in that to some degree. And now we have, in many ways, allowed a lot of our technological and manufacturing base to erode. And you can go sector by sector, and you can see where we still have advantage, and you can see where we don't. And I'd just take, nuclear technology, for example. I mean, the reason that we are able to control nuclear proliferation is because we control the technology. And as long as we have the technological edge, people are going to want to get access to that technology. If they want to get access to that technology, they're going to try to abide by the rules that we think are going to lessen the possibility of nuclear conflict. When others emerge with the capacity to provide equal or better technology, they don't have to use our rules anymore, and I think that makes a more dangerous world. So I think it's very important that we maintain that edge, and I think we need to go deeper than just seeing it on the international level, but think about domestically, what are we doing to enable our scientists and our future researchers and our future engineers to continue to develop the technology that's going to enable us to use those for policy making ends in the future. And that's where I think we really have not done as great a job in getting the workforce educated, giving people the skills they need to really use what we have in our markets, the innovation, the resources to do that. I think China's done a very good job of looking at where they would like technology to go, and they've been able to dominate a number of sectors where we're trying to catch up. Some of those are new energy technologies, obviously critical minerals. Semiconductors, we have a bit of an edge, but it's very internationalized. So what I think, and just going to some of the broader thesis, and we'll go to this in the next panel, where are we going? I think much of the fragmentation is going to be built around technology and who is controlling the best technology and how attractive is that to trading partners. And do you want access to that technology? And if you do, you need to use it in this way. That's a projection of power that I think is real and meaningful, and one that we cannot let slip away, in my mind.
Absolutely. Mr. Harrell, I want to go to you. A lot of times when we talk about this kind of toolkit of statecraft, we lump a lot of different things in together, right? There's tariffs, there's sanctions, there's tech controls, there's import, export restrictions, yada, 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 yada. If we're looking at the technology front, are there specific tools that might be more effective than others? And one thing that we have talked about in the meetings we had coming into this was, is the American government even set up to effectively execute whatever those effective controls may or may not be? So I just, that initial question is, how should we think about differentiating these different tools of statecraft, specifically in this technology space? And is there a capacity at the current moment to do this effectively?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and I guess what I think about over the last sort of lived experience over the last 10 years of U.S. policy, I think we have seen a number of these tools prove effective in a cost imposition kind of way. I think we imposed some costs on Russia. We can argue over how large and do they measure up to the original expectations, but clearly, like, Russia has a somewhat degraded GDP versus what it otherwise would have done. They have had some challenges obtaining access to components for their defense industrial base. So I think it's sort of, if you measure this as has there been a cost imposition or degradation strategy, we've seen some success. I think similarly, if you look at export controls on China, we've done quite a bit to control chips. We have been successful at, are there fewer high-end American chips being sold to China? Yes, there are. Now, China is still getting a few high-end chips through smuggling and actions in third countries, but there are fewer NVIDIA high-end chips being sold to China than there are. What we have not tended to be successful, at least over the last decade, is in marshaling these tools to achieve behavior change type outcomes, right? Our Russia sanctions have not convinced Russia to end the war. We might actually be at a moment where combining other kinds of power, diplomatic power, pressure to actually force a resolution sees that resolve, but we've not seen a ton of success on behavior change. And indeed, where we have seen impacts on behavior change has often been the efforts, Scott, similar to what you said at the beginning, by our adversaries to figure out ways to get around, right? So I think one of the lessons of DeepSeek and China's AI development being cut off from highest end American chips is they got to find more efficient ways to do it, right? And that's like something that we have a very hard time preventing them from getting their engineers to think about how to improve efficiency. And I think that does need to be a little bit more of a feedback loop as we use these policy tools if we need to move a little bit beyond, okay, we're going to do X, and that is going to have impact Y on our adversary, and a little bit more to thinking dynamically about what is the feedback loop. So we're going to do X, going to have impact Y. The adversary is then going to do thing Z that is actually going to be a response to what we do. And we just have, I think, across government not been very good at thinking through that next step, at least in the last year. And I think that is an area where if we want these tools to remain effective, we are going to have to invest some additional thoughtful capability to do that.
Yeah, Mr. Perry.
Okay, so a super quick two-finger on that. I think it's absolutely right. And I think that one thing we might want to think about in this context is, you do X, it has feedback effect Y. You probably are not going to be particularly good at anticipating what the adversary is going to do because it's a complex world and adversaries have lots of capacities you may not anticipate. Technology develops in strange ways. So what we need, and I think this is one of the big problems that I see as an outsider of the US economic security state, is the capacity to rapidly respond. The United States is really, really good at piling on sanctions upon sanctions. It is not so good at figuring out how to recalibrate sanctions or other means of economic coercion in circumstances where they're having unexpected consequences. And doing that really does require a lot of redesign of bureaucracy, I suspect, over the longer term.
Yeah, and that is something we absolutely are going to get into the second panel. We have approximately 5 minutes left. And so what I would like to do in those remaining 5 minutes is do something that we kind of inaugurated on a recent Miller Center event, which is a lightning round with a shot clock, so to speak, although I'll be keeping that myself instead of having it on a screen. So I'm going to limit everybody to about 45 seconds, and I'll jump in and enforce it with venom if need be. But it's a two-part kind of question. So right now in February of 2025, we've talked about lots of different elements of the statecraft toolkit. If you're looking at it in total for the United States, what is the actual state of that? How would you assess it? You can give it a letter grade if you would like, but how do you think, how robust do you believe that toolkit is? And then if you're watching one element of that toolkit over the next 12 to 24 months, what are you looking at and why? So I'll start with Professor Zelikow to start us off in the lightning round. Oh, Professor, I think you're muted.
Henry Farrell thought I was predicting that we would have a new international economic order. Actually, the default is drift into the national imperial model. The default is that we're behind in many key areas of technology, like biotechnology, for example. The default is that we're on a highly risky course, I believe, for the U.S. economy, in which the commentary in this panel, I think, has been, frankly, a little bit too bullish about U.S. economic prospects. And finally, the default is a weak U.S. capacity to conduct economic statecraft, which is extraordinarily weak in the new administration, which partly really isn't even staffed yet, and is just basically lashing out without any really serious coordinated bureaucracy underneath the president and 2 or 3 of his viceroys. So I think if you wanted to track our progress on these things, pick some area of cooperation that one thinks is vital, and then see how that goes. Pick, for example, a coordinated technology policy. I mean, take the example of ARM, which one of the panelists referred to. This is yes, they went to New York for financing, and the financing is from a Japanese conglomerate called SoftBank, which has majority ownership in ARM. And half of the employees in ARM are still in the United Kingdom, and they're still headquartered in Cambridge, and they're part of this Stargate project. But then if you think about where export controls are going and what China can do about that, and you keep in mind that all of ARM's foundries are mainly in Taiwan and East Asia, you begin to kind of see that if we want to develop some kind of coordinated technology policy and sustain our export controls, so that, for example, we cut back on the access to the H20 chips that allowed DeepSeek to perfect its model, which they bought in the tens of thousands. So if we tried to do all that, how well do we pull that off in conjunction with our allies? And does that then illustrate one way in which a new economic security commons begins to emerge?
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Professor Zelko. Professor Blanchard, 45 seconds to you.
Yes, sir. I would say we need 2 things for long-run economic security and long-run national security, 2 things above all else. Number 1 is strong alliances. Number 2 is running faster, so being able to advance the frontiers of technology in the world and certainly in the United States. The first run is great news. It's fiscally very free to have strong alliances, but as we've seen, it does require a country, a government, our government, to withstand temptation, to avoid the temptation, succumbing to temptation, to bully partners and allies around the world. I think we are getting a D in the last 2 months on this, or not even 2 months on this. Oh my goodness, time passes too fast. And then on capacity to invest in people, right? To run faster, to advance the interests of the United States, particularly at the frontier of technology, but just more broadly, and maintaining a strong economy. The U.S. economy is the golden goose that lays the golden eggs, and I'm worried we are no longer going to make necessary investments because we're taking a very short-term approach. And I didn't say anything about the fiscal cliff we're about to careen over, but let's not forget that. That's something to chat about over lunch.
Absolutely. Professor Alianis, 45 seconds, sir.
All right. Tariffs C. Sanctions C. Export control, I think B+.
Okay.
I'm a good grader. Now, I'm not overly bullish, so just to defend that one, there's a lot of risks, and I agree with the panelists, the co-panelists here. Huge amount, starting from climate change, debt. We can talk more next. When you have debt, how do you pay for debt? There's a couple of ways. One is you grow the economy, you tax, and you pay the debt. Yeah. What do? We don't. So there's like a very, actually, if you look at our debt to GDP, went from 60% in 2010 to 123% or 24 now. Yeah. So obviously, we can go to be Japan because they have 250%. And the moment that the world starts realizing, should we really buy these treasuries, I think this is going to be an aha moment for everybody. So I can talk about that as well. Technology. This is the funny thing. There is, within the administration, it seems to be there's like two things. We don't want somebody to come in here to clean our toilets, but we want somebody to develop the next AI thing. Now, as you know, how do people come to the States? You know, there's this H-1B visas, right? And so there's this big thing. We've controlled those because we don't want too many of those, and at the same time, we want to be technologically ahead. So there is a lot of confusion, I think, in terms of what we do in this country. If we really want to become the technology leaders, which I think we must, we got to bring the best talent of the world here.
Absolutely. Professor Farrow.
Okay, super quickly. So dollar power. One other threat is Fed. So what happens if we have another financial crisis? Do people believe that the US is going to issue swap lines? And if not, what happens to US dollar power? System, I think the reason why I'm perhaps more pessimistic than Professor Zilikow is that I think the 1920s is still kind of a weird system. I worry that we're not going to have any system at all. And also, this is why I'm trying to out-dismal the dismal science of Professor Blanchard. And Blanchard's an excellent point, I think, on people and training. We also have DOGE, which is an important part of the story. So every administration doing economic security is trying to build the plane in midair. Now we're doing that at the same time that people are chucking random pieces of the engine out of the cargo bay to see what happens. And, well, we'll see where we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Harrell, your assessment, please.
Well, let me put aside people who may have gotten fired in the last couple of weeks, because we are in an evolving situation. I've been through a couple of home renovations, so I think about this in two ways, because you ask us to grade the tools.
Yes, please.
I think if we're just talking about, are the tools sharp? You know, can we come up with ever more creative ways to sanction people and export control them? Or tariff them? The answer is we're like an A or maybe an A- at worst, because we are definitely coming up with more and more ways to tariff, sanction, and export control the world. I think if the question is, what's the grade on do we have a vision of where we want to use these tools to go? We're maybe at a D-. Because the way I take on it is like, we actually don't know where we want to go.
Yeah.
And I think this is very particularly relevant on the trade front. Like, it's easy for everyone on this table to say, geopolitically, we probably do have a vision. We want kind of an alliance, you know, kind of, we all would agree we want sort of, you know, blocks and alliance. I would posit on the economic front of what we want that vision to look like, we have no idea what we want it to look like.
Absolutely. Mr. Eisenstein, final word to you, sir.
Final word to me. Well, I'm going to be a bit more optimistic, which won't be hard. It won't be hard because I feel like we're in a spiral of doom here in this. But I think, look, you know, we have got a lot of calcification in the system and a lot of, and I think your point on sanctions is absolutely right. It's easy to build on things, and it's hard to actually change structures and institutions. That's what we have to do. We have to do it. And so this chaotic period is, in my mind, is there end vision? I don't know. But I think some of it is necessary to get us to a point where we can rebuild and get some flexibility into these systems, because otherwise we're just going to keep doing the same thing over and over again. Meanwhile, the rest of the world's moving forward and we're just using the tools that were created many, many years ago. So I see a bit of opportunity here. On one thing I would watch going forward is what I talked about, like sanctions versus tariffs, and whether the tariffs start to evolve into a dual track where you have potentially higher tariffs but potentially more trade agreements. There's been a number of moves that we've not talked about, including with India, the United Kingdom, and potentially USMCA, that may set templates for others to emulate. And if that happens, we may get to that kind of framework where we have an alliance of like-minded countries. Got a lot of work to do.
We do, and that is, those suggestions for how we actually go about that, we have to reform and we have to innovate. That's what we're going to do in panel 2. So we're going to take a break for lunch and then come back with solutions. Please join me in thanking our panelists today. Thank you.
Nice job, Scott. Nice job.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alexander Bick. I'm a professor of leadership and public policy here at the Batten School at the University of Virginia. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to the second panel and the third session of today's conference. This is the William and Carol Stevenson Conference, which, as you've heard, we do every 2 years here at the Miller Center. And our topic, as I think the first panel made abundantly clear, is an extremely timely one: the future of American economic and financial statecraft. So the first, the panel that preceded this one really focused on the stakes that are at play and on a diagnosis of where we are. And what I want to do in this panel is to look at questions, more directly at questions of policy. And as I said, I teach public policy, and a policy is, what is a policy? Students frequently don't ask themselves that question, but a policy is a choice. It's a choice to do something or not to do something else. And so I want to be a little bit more concrete as we try to drill down on a number of the important issues that came up in the last panel, to talk about the choices that the U.S. administration faces right now, how it should think about the risks and opportunities involved in those choices, and ultimately make some recommendations about where we should go. So we're joined once again, and since some will be joining for the first time for this panel, by just a tremendous group of experts. On the screen we have Emily Blanchard, who teaches economics and is a fellow at the Tuck School at Dartmouth College, previously economist at the U.S. Department of State in the Biden administration. Also joining us remotely is Philip Zelikow, who is at Stanford's Hoover Institution, previously a director here at the Miller Center, and served in a number of roles in multiple U.S. administrations. Together with me at the table, we have Yorgos Alianis, who teaches at UVA's Darden School of Business, Peter Harrell, who is a fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in Washington, D.C., previously served in the Biden administration at the National Security Council as Senior Director for International Economics. We have Henry Farrell, who's joining us from Johns Hopkins, both Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies and also at Johns Hopkins main campus in Baltimore. And then finally, Everett Eisenstadt, who is a partner at, forgive me.
It's okay. I know where it is.
You know what it is. You can tell everyone. A partner at Squire Patton Boggs, former deputy assistant to the president for international economics, and deputy director of the National Economic Council in the Trump administration, first Trump administration. So once again, thank you to all of you for joining us. I'd like to start with some of the issues that came up in the first panel. The last 5 weeks, as we've seen, have been a kind of blistering pace of developments. And so maybe if I can turn to you, Mr. Eisenstadt, just give us a sense, what's already been done? What are the choices that have already been made? What are some of the choices that have been signaled, but we don't know necessarily where they're going to go? And among those, which do you think are the most important? What's the signal and what's the noise?
Yeah, it's a really good topic, and it's a little bit obscured by the day-to-day news cycle because there's so much happening every day, and people are trying to digest it and analyze it. And even if I were to take everything that had happened in the previous 5 weeks, I could spend months dissecting that and thinking about the implications. And we simply don't have that kind of time. And he's not going to allow that kind of time. But I think the most interesting thing to me has been the president's desire and willingness to push the boundaries of executive power in a way we have not seen in many, in my lifetime. And I think that's a fundamental shift that's going to be very difficult to reverse. So if you look across the spectrum and even beyond the economics, but you look on everything from the authority over allocation of congressional funding, USAID, that's a statutory created entity, right? So change it. Taking money, saying you can't spend this money, you need to spend this money. That is pretty incredible. And then even on the tariff authority, which is traditionally within the boundaries of the Congress, to say I'm going to use this authority in really unprecedented ways. And I could probably, and wish I had the time to go through and really calculate how many unprecedented actions have happened in this amount of time. So the courts are going to digest that. We're getting feedback from the court system. And Congress at this point, you've got the Democrats are a bit in disarray, and you've got the Republicans who are being somewhat passive. I think that's a temporary situation. So there will be both judicial pushback and there will be political pushback, and we have to see where it lands. So that to me is the most important thing to watch, is how is that use of executive power manifested and constrained by political forces and by legal remedies, right? In the interim, companies, which I work with a lot, have to think about, okay, well, how are we going to deal with this? How are we going to react to this? And they're trying to make decisions that are very difficult in an unpredictable environment. I see, things to watch for. Are we really going to see a reallocation of supply chains? Are we really going to see reshoring back into the United States? Are we going, the development of the sovereign wealth fund in the United States is completely, nobody 3 months ago would have said, yeah, let's do this. And now it's very much could become a reality, which would totally change the United States' ability to project power, right, and invest. And I think one of the areas where we haven't been able to accommodate is having the long-term capital allocation and mitigating the risk to incentivize investment in these big infrastructure problems, which are a huge, huge gap. Everything from like our electrical grid to the critical minerals to even, the Baltimore Bridge, for example. I mean, if you're a private sector actor and you're looking at that and saying, okay, I'm going to put this money in here, I may get a change in government, I may get a change in administration, that's a lot of money to put down over a long period of time where you don't know what the regulatory environment's going to be. So I think the development of that capital, the sovereign wealth fund, and maybe perhaps could have a very, very significant impact on the U.S. ability to meet some of our critical needs in infrastructure and financing for very, very complicated projects.
Red, I almost wonder if this is kind of Infrastructure Week Part 2, but with a new vehicle, in other words, to make that happen. Maybe we can drill down a little bit on the tariff piece of this, and I know that several people around the table follow this closely, but Peter, I know you've sort of cataloged some of these recent tariff announcements and decisions. Among those, sort of how do you see those playing out? Which ones do you anticipate are going to hold? Which ones do you anticipate may not? And how do you think about even assessing the impact over the medium term of those choices?
I feel like I actually should ask Everett that question because he knows the president and I do not. But I will give it a go. I actually want to begin by picking up I know where the last panel left off, and actually something Everett put on the table. I mean, I actually think the toolkit, we were grading toolkit at the end of the last panel. I actually think the toolkit is getting more and more interesting too. For example, with the sovereign wealth fund that President Trump has proposed, a very interesting additional tool in the toolkit. And there have been other things too. Like if you look at some of the existing institutions the government has had over the last couple of years, the U.S. Export-Import Bank, for example, it actually started a couple of interesting new programs, not things that got a ton of press, but a couple of interesting new programs to try to give the U.S. some of that capability to mobilize capital. So I think the toolkit does continue to evolve across the spectrum. But you asked me about tariffs, and I'd make a couple of comments on tariffs. First, what we have seen the president announce has been both substantially quicker and substantially broader than anything he did in his first term. I just want to throw out a couple of data points on that. So the president has announced, actually as of today, there are additional 10% tariffs that are being collected on all imports from China beyond what they were during his first term or during the Biden administration. To put that in perspective, if you look back at his first term, it actually took him about a year and a half to begin imposing any tariffs on China. And then they were laddered up over about a year. And then even with that, because of the phase one trade deal he struck with the Chinese, there are actually fairly broad categories of Chinese-made products that were fully exempt from the tariffs. He never taxed iPhones, for example. He never tariffed laptop computers or TVs. All of those are now subject to this 10% tariff, which as of last week is going to become, as of yesterday, is announced to become 20% on Tuesday of next week. So the speed is much larger. Similar, during his first term, he had steel and aluminum tariffs. He has now, Biden broadly maintained those. Trump has now brought them back with force. He's increasing the rate on steel and aluminum. He is broadening out by a factor of probably 2 to 3 the number of products that are covered. These are global tariffs. They're going to hit March 12th. They're going to cover all steel and aluminum imports. And he eliminated various deals that he himself had struck in his first term, for example, with the Mexicans and the Argentines, to shift away from this. So we're just seeing quite a bit broader tariff. And then he's obviously been threatening tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and Europe over a variety of trade, as well as non-trade issues. The tariffs he's threatened on the Canadians and the Mexicans, for example, is the threat has been around fentanyl and human trafficking. So just a very, very aggressive use of tariffs that we have not seen, I think, since the 1930s. And, I think the question is going to be going forward on this. And Ambassador Froman talked about this. Trump talks about the goals of the tariffs being revenue, industrial, boosting U.S. industrial production, and then leverage for deals. And I think, well, in concept, you can see how you ladder all of those things together. A kind of low-level tariff to create revenue, high product-specific tariffs to encourage onshoring of those particular, products, whether it's semiconductors or pharmaceuticals, and then kind of a, very broad high tariff threat in order to create leverage for deals. In concept, you can see how you ladder that together. At the end of the day, he's going to have to decide how he racks and stacks these things. Is he putting more emphasis on getting deals that'll get, foreigners to lower their trade barriers to the U.S. and maybe give us some geopolitical advantages, or is he going to put more emphasis on the revenue side? And at least from where I sit, and that's why I should go back to Everett, it's not clear to me how he racks and stacks those priorities yet.
Yeah, that was a really outstanding description of kind of where we are. And just to, put another element into that, as we go into this next month, into March and April, there's a number of reports coming out under the America First trade policy agenda that will really set the stage probably for the next 4 years on trade policy, even beyond tariffs. And it is fascinating to watch this, you could say, racking and stacking, and that is kind of what we're seeing. We've had a number of countries come in, and they unprecedented wanting to come in and talk about, okay, well, what do you want? What can we do to deter the imposition of tariffs on us? So you have ideas that would have been completely off the table on, we're going to, reduce our auto tariff from, say 10% to match yours, which I've been a negotiator at the table, and I've never had that kind of offer, right? So it gives the U.S. incredible leverage to actually push countries to open up markets. So now we have potential agreements, and we'll see if they transpire. United Kingdom, India, and then we've got this renegotiation of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, which was statutory review anyway. So those are definitely, if those land in a good place, that'll incentivize others to come in, and it could ironically end up in more liberalizing space. Now, on the other hand, if it's a revenue raiser, that's a very different dynamic. If Congress starts to use that revenue and raises tariffs statutorily, it is very, very hard to dial that back. Every time you remove a tariff or do a tax cut, or you have to pay for it. And that was something Ambassador Froman had said earlier is, can you do, that has to be actually done. You can't just have the executive branch do it, Congress has to do it. And then you get in that Smoot-Hawley 1930s, statutory tariff dynamic, which can be very, very, very permanent and very damaging. And then the reshoring. I totally agree that this could very well end up where you have a baseline universal tariff with higher tariffs on technology that may go in alignment with export control and perhaps infrastructure investment. You can kind of see how it might come together towards an industrial policy that might not, and its goals look that much different than what the prior administration wanted to do, but in a completely different way.
Can I maybe draw you out on that a little bit, because the president is famous for taking a transactional approach to many different kinds of problems. But Professor Zelikow, made an argument in the previous panel that there is a kind of inchoate or emerging theory of America's role in the world economy. You've hinted at a couple pieces of that, but can you help build that architecture a little bit? What is it? what underpins that vision beyond this kind of, I can build leverage in each individual case? Is there kind of a theory of America's role in the world economy?
I think it's not that different than what it has been. If you go back to, even the foundation of the institutions that we all believe, were unblemished, like the World Trade Organization and others, that we created those. I mean, we were the architect of those. Those were visions. They did not, nobody knew how they were going to work. They evolved over time. I think we're in that kind of a situation now where the U.S. is leading the pathway towards the new economic order. And maybe it's coming about in a different way without an agreement among countries that this is how we're going to do it. But it's going to evolve. And one thing I've seen under this administration, and I believe this is what's going to transpire in many ways, is that the actions are taken before the concepts are completely gelled, but then institutions and others come in to fill in the gaps, and then you kind of get that coherent framework. So it's almost backwards, but it happens. So what I see happening is more alignment around technology, a continued reindustrialization of the United States, particularly on technology, and the use of economic power to achieve foreign policy objectives in a very transactional way. And I think that's going to continue over the next 3 to 4 years. And then when the next administration comes in, they may use the same tools, but for very different purposes. It might be for climate, it might be for other issues, environmental issues. But I think the general approach is probably the direction is going to be fairly clear for a while.
So it's interesting that you phrase it in that way, because really the first two of those three elements are entirely consistent with the previous administration. The third one, obviously, the style, the transactionalism, and the use of coercive tools as aggressively is different. But the basic thrust is I think, the same. And I guess the question I would ask, I want to get to the risks of this strategy. But I guess the question I would ask is, if we are we, as Ambassador Fuman said in the first panel, are we in a kind of revolutionary moment where maybe you're seeing those things because they're the remnants of what was already there? Or is there a greater kind of continuity where they're going to build on the pieces but take a slightly different approach to the way that we deal with our allies and some of our partners? I don't know, maybe, Philip, if I could bring you in to sort of take a stab at that question. How revolutionary is this moment, and what does that tell you about this emerging picture? Is it going to come together is it going to cobble together in a way that's ultimately going to make sense, or is there real risk there? We can't hear you. Philip, you're still muted.
I think it's on our end. Because this
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
The answer is no one in the Trump administration knows the answer to this question. So I actually like Mr. Eisenstadt's grand strategy very much. That is not the grand strategy of the president. But it's not like the president has an alternative grand strategy. The president's kind of doing what he's doing. I think actually Mr. Eisenstadt knows this. So what he's trying to do is he's basically saying, I can play cleanup among all this debris, and I can use all this debris and this leverage it gives me to construct something that makes sense after the bombers have finished their work. And I think that's a good theory, but that's not the animating theory right now. Right now, the animating theory is about what you see. I think there is a belief out there that the president does all this stuff, but it's actually part of a clever master plan he has that's designed to get to some orchestrated set of objectives. I don't believe that. I don't believe that theory is correct. I believe the president is an open book, and you can read the book, and there's not much more to the book than what you see. Now, underneath the president, there are a lot of officials who have various theories as to how to somehow cobble this together and make it all work. And Mr. Eisenstadt knows who those people are. I know some of them too, and there are a variety of views. And so that's why this morning I was sort of saying, we're at a crossroads. Right now, the default is drifting into the 1920s nationalistic careening. That's the default path we are on. I don't like that path. So my alternative path is to suggest this economic and security commons path. And actually, I then tried to offer a series of arguments that I think I could make to the administration's most fervent supporters that could rally them around that economic and security commons and allow us to implement the kind of theories Mr. Eisenstadt was talking about. But that's not the coherent, purposeful path we are on today. That I'm advocating an effort to basically move towards that path kind of after the bombing raid has passed on. And after people assess the net effects of the destruction, and they decide whether or not they like the way the market looks and they like the way the economy is performing. I think the revenue ambitions are chimerical. The reshoring manufacturing ambitions are chimerical. And by the way, I'm all in favor of reshoring what you can. I mean, just do the practical analysis. What's really happening here is you have industries in a number of sectors that are desperate to try to preserve what little market share they have left. Whatever the virtues of their products, it's very hard for their products to be price competitive in an environment where we are running the highest surplus in the capital account in the modern history of the United States. The last time we had the last record period was in 2005, just before we helped cause the global financial crisis. We are now at a level of a surplus in the capital account that is higher than that. The dollar is overvalued by almost any rational expectation in the 20 to 30% range. So at that point, our producers aren't going to be competing much on price. So what they're trying to desperately do is hold on to the market share they have. Maybe in a halcyon moment, you can imagine that some of those producers benefiting from these tariffs are able to increase their market share by a few percent. But we're not talking about using this to achieve any constructive, positive transformation of the U.S. economy. So if the revenue ambitions are chimerical and the reshoring ambitions are basically protective and preservative in a situation where terms of trade face this gigantic headwind in the capital account, you can see that the options left are limited. And then we're trying to construct a grand strategy that can fill in behind all these chaotic impulses.
Do you want to
No,
take a minute to
I
respond?
don't disagree with that at all. I don't. I think that's actually, I mean, that is what we were seeing, and that is the way the president manages policy. I mean, he is not going to sit there and tell you, I am the architect of this grand vision. He's going to tell you, my instincts tell me to do this. And then other people, and you see it even in the Middle East, are going to have to come in and figure out what that means. And I have a little bit of faith that, you know, institutions and people will do that. So I think the president is very powerful, but I don't think he controls all the outcomes. But he's definitely the impetus of the momentum that creates the change and the opportunity to address and perhaps do something constructive with that.
Yeah. All right, so I'd like to, if we can, sort of let's play out. You've, in a sense, articulated two paths. One is the bombing raid and the aftermath, and the other is a kind of, even if it's inchoate right now, a movement towards an economic and security commons, which is a reconfiguration of how America conceptualizes its partnerships economically and from a security perspective around the world. I want to come to the bombing raid second, and I'll turn to you for that. But maybe, Emily, Professor Blanchard, if I can come to you. You served at the State Department. You have a sense of how these issues relate to our diplomacy. When you imagine that economic and security commons, whether in the form that Professor Zelikow laid out or in a modified version, are our allies and partners ready for that compact? Is that a structure that you think others are ready to buy into? Or are we creating, in a sense, a straw man because we're afraid of the alternative?
Yeah, great question, fair question, and a hard one. Well, first, let me say one thing. This conversation has been really great before lunch, but even more so after lunch, as we are deliberately separating tools from objectives. And this is something that I was very much an ingenue when I went to Washington. I was still an ingenue when I left Washington. I was confused all the time. But as a simplistic economist, I just thought, why aren't we talking about what are we trying to do? Like the outcome. So often we spend all of our effort thinking about the tools and the means to some outcome, and I guess we're all supposed to know what that is. The reason I separate this now is it has never been more important for the United States, for our policymakers of whatever political party, of all political parties, well, both political parties, to be crystal clear, here is the global economic landscape that best serves American economic interests. There's a lot of alignment in what are the key features of that economic landscape that works for all of us. Number one, there's to the extent that there are nodes and locuses of geoeconomic power that pass through our adversaries, that give them unacceptable points of leverage that expose us to enormous vulnerabilities, like that's not okay. We all agree on that. So let's unknot the global economic fabric that, to the extent it starts to look like a hub and spoke, where the hub is a strategic adversary. So we all agree on that. But then, do we want to be the hub with all the economic power? Or do we want diffuse economic power? And do we want economic power that has sort of closely knit economies or regional economies that are balkanized, say, in different spheres? And this does start to feel very Cold War-esque. And there, I think there's enormous difference within the US administration and around the world. And so you asked, and sorry, Alex, I'm sorry, Professor Bick, I'm sort of answering sideways, but you asked, are our allies with us on our vision? And I think it depends who you ask in the United States about what that vision is. So I think that there's been enormous progress, or I should say enormous change. To me, it strikes me as progress on identifying some of the problems with the, let's say, late 2010 status quo, where especially China's economy did have enormous power. Russia's economy had enormous power through energy in Europe, for example, in ways that maybe our trading partners, maybe the Europeans, were a little bit less concerned about than we were. If nothing else, Putin's brutal invasion, further invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 took any illusions out of minds. And I think most of our partners and allies share the diagnosis that we are not in the 1990s anymore, and we're not in the early 2000s anymore, and this is a scary neighborhood, and so we need to bind ourselves more closely together. But then beyond that, I don't think there's clear consensus that we want to create balkanized economies. There's enormous frustration with some of our trading partners around the world. Think about the emergence of the new non-aligned movement. The foreign minister of Singapore, for example, has been incredibly outspoken about, the United States and China cannot make us choose where to be on the global fence. I don't think there's consensus in any of our partners, and again, not even within the United States.
I'll offer an opportunity if anybody else in the panel wants to come in on the question of the vision. I mean, I think about this in a very pedestrian way. When the first Trump national security strategy came out in 2018, it was great power competition and about the military rebalancing that would allow the United States to compete. I think when all of us read this administration's national security strategy, this is the question that we're going to be looking for an answer to. This is going to be the hardest part of that document to write. And so if there are additional elements people want to throw in, what should that section say?
Maybe I'll offer just an analytic point, just sort of watching what I see the president say. And it does seem to me that one of the challenges, I think most of the people around this table, actually most of the people in the national security community, including in the Trump administration, the current Trump administration, I think would all say, ultimately, we do want a vision that is, something in the way that Phil talks about of, we want to kind of have a allied-oriented economic and security world where we have a lot of allies and partners kind of in our sphere, and then there's a Chinese sphere. It is just less clear to me that Trump is prioritizing the security part of that, right? What we see with Trump is he clearly has an economic vision. He has an economic vision around rebuilding U.S. industrial power. He has an economic vision around balancing trade flows, right? I mean, he's very active. He says he wants to have a more balanced trading relationship. This economic vision may or may not be achievable. I'm a lawyer, not an economist, but he very clearly has an economic vision. I think the question I have is he going to be able, or the people around him going to be able to turn that, what I think is first and foremost an economic vision, into an economic and strategic vision, or if we're just going to kind of continue to see an economic focus where he frankly kind of views trade with Canada maybe the same way he views trade with China. They're both ripping us off, and he wants to try to rebalance it. That's just what it looks like to me. It's an econ first right here in his mind, not a security first kind of approach.
Yeah, I would add only that the first Trump administration was, you can call it luck, you can call it political skill and management skill, but was a relatively pacific time in global affairs. We're not there anymore. And I think part of the question that I wrestle with is, as this lurching, or maybe it's more deliberate than I recognize and that Phil recognizes, but as it moves forward, when the security pieces begin to shift underneath, is that kind of lurching sustainable? Or do we get a more dramatic rupture in the way that even those economic questions are being answered? So I think your point's a really, really good one. Yeah.
Alex, can I respectfully disagree with Peter, so I'm turning like this, about the economic vision. It's kind of surprising, right, to see that there is an economic vision, because you try to think about what are we trying to do, what are the big issues, and how America has gotten to where it is. And I didn't write about institutions, but Daron Acemoglu, who won the Nobel laureate last year, wrote extensively about institutions. And what really separates America from clearly the rest of the world is this independence of institutions, and that people feel that actually they can take to court and have a speedy, quote-unquote, trial if there is some sort of dispute. That's not happening in much of the rest of the world. So that's an important issue. So if I am to go and build something somewhere else, I'm not going to really be able to go to courts, for example. Also, in many countries, what happens is that I want to get reelected, and how do I do this? I tell my central bank to just print stuff and just give it to people, and this is a nice way. We don't have that. Now, the rest of the world has realized that America is America because of the strength of institutions. So if you really want to you have an economic vision for the country, the first thing you do is you do everything in your power to strengthen the institutions you've got. And you make them the best they can possibly be. That's not what we see here. So that's number one. That's number one. Number two, well, let's think about taxes. There's always this idea that, a little bit of the, race to the bottom. Of like, we're going to reduce taxes and the world is going to be a happier place. On the other hand, look, I'm not vouching for European kind of taxes. And, I was in Europe over Christmas, and everybody's complaining and everybody's leaving Europe because they pay 50% on income and so on. But the key thing is you have an issue with debt. And how do you bring down the debt to GDP? If that's something, why is debt to GDP important? First of all, let's start with that. Because the way we fund anything is we issue debt. And we issue debt because other people buy it. There could be a moment where other people might say, we're not buying anymore. there's an intermediate step, which is, I'm not going to buy unless you give me this higher rate. And you saw what happened very recently with inflation, right? The last 3-4 years. Basically, we used to issue debt at 0, and then the rest of the world will say, I'm going to buy it, although you pay me 0. This is incredible power of America. We have inflation, now it's 4.6. So if we want to basically pay the debt, how we do it, we don't ask for more taxes, because that's so unthinkable in America. So what we do is we issue more debt. So the new debt now is 4.6 versus 0. And so you can see how the debt went from 60% of GDP to 124. So what are the two solutions? You can grow the denominator, right? It's a ratio. So if I grow GDP, the debt to GDP goes down. So that's one thing. How do you do this? Well, you've got to, again, institutions are important. I can't be, one day, I tariff you 10%, the next day I tariff you 20%, the next day I don't tariff you until you bring army to the border, I tariff you this. And not that the markets are always right, I admit to this, but I look to the markets to see how they react. And I'll tell you how they react to tariffs. And this is what I would call policy uncertainty. I mean, Phil calls it the bombing state or something like that. It's what's fascinating, Alex, as I watch our president in the presidency one, he would talk about the stock market all the time. This was it. You look at the stock market. Meanwhile, the 50% of the people who are not in the market because they can't, because they live paycheck to paycheck, they're not really, taking advantage of that. So the rest of us who are in the market, we're happy. But now he has stopped talking about the market. Why? Because, well, you could see, 5 weeks ago, it was at 4,400. It was at 44,000. Now it's like 43, 42. Every time there is a tariff thing, the market goes down. Why? Well, what is the problem with tariffs? The big problem with tariff is two things. One is, as Philip said, it may achieve nothing. The second thing is it can be inflationary, as we all know, right? So now I'm going to buy, this is the interesting thing, I'm going to buy a GM car. And that could be more expensive. Why? Because the GM car is not done in Detroit. It basically has widgets in Ontario, widgets in Mexico. They're going to be more expensive, so everything's going to be more expensive. And so the people who buy GM cars are going to now face with higher prices. And in fact, the key thing I watched was the Fed. They're really probably pausing any kind of reduction of interest rate. So essentially, they also feel that this thing, uncertainty is the enemy. And so this thing can cause inflation, and then you know what happens. How do you tame inflation? You jack up interest rates. So again, that feeds back to debt. And so now our debt is going up instead of down. And on top of that, we want to basically make the tax cuts permanent, which basically will more increase our debt. So let me not talk about regulatory issues on the markets, because essentially the rest of the market, what do they think? This is going to be a boondoggle. It's beautiful. I'll tell you an example. I wrote a case on Capital One and Discover Financial, and I'm gonna stop here. So this case is basically the number 2 credit card buying a very highly, I don't know, number 4, 5, whatever, credit card. It wasn't clear that they were going to be able to consummate this deal. It was like when they announced it last March, it was about 50-50. And why? Because they were going to be the top credit card. So basically, and I don't know if you know how much they charge. A credit card charges 29% if you don't pay. It's incredible. Who pays 29%? Much of this audience probably pays every month and is just used for payments. But the audience that doesn't have the money, they pay 29%. Now, if you consolidate that, they're going to charge even more. Okay? So the previous administration was actually kind of skeptical about this, and clearly the market saw it. It's not clear that we're going to get this done. What happened November 6th? Capital One stock price went up 18%. What does this tell you? wow, the markets think really that this is going to be a great environment for M&A. I tell my students, I mean, I just taught M&A this quarter, you guys are going to be very busy. It's going to be great. If you are at Goldman Sachs, it's going to be great for all this. Is it going to be great for America? That is the question. And then I can layer on things about crypto, things that don't make sense, on and on. I see no economic vision.
Okay. Do you,
Okay.
Henry, do you want to respond? Then I do want to turn the conversation to a couple more specific.
Okay, and I'll try to be super quick. I do agree on the crypto thing, and I think one of the really important questions for American economic security strategy is what happens when crypto is setting the agenda for what happens and what does not. It used to be that economic security people, I think, really had a dominant voice in previous administrations. Now they're going to be fighting in a casino against a variety of other factions. But what I want to do is to try and bring together what Everett said earlier and what Jorgis just said now at the beginning about institutions and about Daron and Simon's view of how institutions work and so on, and bring it together with economic coercion. So if you look at how the United States, how the Trump administration has really built out executive power over the last few weeks, it has done to the United States political system what the United States did to the global system. What do I mean by that? So if you think about US financial power, economic security power over the last couple of decades, it has been built upon taking these incredibly boring infrastructural systems that nobody paid attention to. Nobody who was not a banker cared about dollar clearing system. Nobody who was not in the financial system cared about SWIFT. Nobody who was not a real geek cared about how supply chains worked. All of these are incredibly boring. They're the plumbing of the global system, but the plumbing can be politicized, and the United States has figured out various ways to really turn this into a set of economic weapons that allow it to shape agendas much, much more broadly. That is what has been happening with the Trump administration and executive power over the last few weeks. It has begun to take all of these boring infrastructural systems, the systems through which Treasury pays things, the OMB, and it has started, I think, in a very clear sense, to weaponize them and to use them to achieve things that an executive, previous executives have not been able to achieve because they have effectively firewalled off these systems from political control. So I think that there is a real question about what happens next. It could be, as Everett says, that we begin to see pushback from the courts, perhaps certainly from Democrats if they manage to get their act together, possibly from some Republicans as well. It could also be that the court decides to shrug its shoulders in a situation where J.D. Vance has sort of more or less made threats. If you try to do this, we are going to push the nuclear button. And then we're faced with a system in which it is possible to use all of these boring seeming systems in order to really exert on sort of much, much greater power. So take a look at this famous example in which the US has, over the last few weeks, has tried to use its ability to, effectively it's done an ACH reversal on a couple of on $800 million, which was sent to New York State, and so basically grabbed the money back. How exactly it has done this, Citibank does not want to disclose, but it is, it sounds pretty damn sketchy. And we're now also in a world where $20 billion is being held and sort of frozen apparently by Citibank because the US administration is trying desperately to figure out some way that they can make a case that the Biden administration dispersed this money fraudulently. And we have seen resignations of US government attorneys who do not want to touch this radioactive case with a barge pole. So I think we're really in a very interesting and complex situation where all of these, nobody cares about financial payments. Nobody thinks that payment systems are going to be used within the United States against political adversaries. That is changing, and whether or not we see pushback against that is going to really, I think, shape some of what Jorgis was saying at the beginning about the ability of the United States to promise to other people, we are not going to politicize these systems, so there is going to be rule of law. We're going to see if that happens. We're going to see if that works.
Okay, so just to sort of catalog the conversation up to this point in terms of risks, we've talked about institutions and the kind of plumbing of America's economic power and the potential loss of strategic leverage over time. We talked about taxes and debt as a risk and area of vulnerability. We talked about uncertainty in the business environment, and we've talked about the way that allies and partners might react to much stronger economic coercion coming from the United States. I want to pivot from that because I think we could have a whole conversation about to what extent those are areas where we could present mitigation measures. I'm not sure that this is the moment for that conversation. What I want to turn to is one of the specific pieces, which is about technology and China. And we heard from Ambassador Fuman at the beginning of the conversation about this Biden administration policy of a small yard and a high fence. In other words, an approach which tried to control the dispersion and concentrate cutting-edge technologies in the United States and with our allies and partners while maintaining an open, largely open trading relationship with China. So again, this is the small yard with the high fence. And maybe, Peter, I could turn to you. Is that still the approach? Is that approach appropriate to this moment?
So maybe just begin for folks who sort of didn't follow the Biden administration's development here by summarizing, building a little bit on what you said, Alex, what the Biden administration strategic approach here. So the Biden administration, when it thought about China, saw a strategic competitor, but thought that the way we were going to maintain our edge and outcompete China over the long term was going to be by sort of keeping a qualitative edge in advanced technology, in economic size, and in sort of alliance structures without actually having to, or without trying to kind of tip China into its own decline. It was kind of, they are going to grow, we're going to try and keep them from leveraging our stuff to grow, and we're going to grow faster. It was kind of the strategic concept. When it came to technology, and against this sort of backdrop of we're not trying to actually tip them into decline, the strategic approach was essentially, as you say, Alex, we're going to have a small yard with a high fence on it, which means there are going to be a small number of key technology products or sectors, basically, where we are going to use a variety of quite extensive restrictions to make sure China can't get access to that technology. But the vast majority of trade would be allowed to compete, and investment and the like would be allowed to continue unimpeded. And the Biden administration developed a couple of different tools sets to be able to do this. So the Biden administration, I think, first sort of identified a couple of these key technologies, particularly sort of AI, artificial intelligence, quantum technology, a variety of things that were more in the defense kind of space. And the Biden administration said, so first of all, we're going to steadily ratchet up export controls so that China can't acquire this technology from the United States or from U.S. firms. They also, in 2023, imposed investment restrictions so that American funds couldn't invest in these technologies in China to help the Chinese develop their own indigenous capabilities. So that was kind of the strategic concept. But again, leaving lots of things untouched. I think that this proved hard for the Biden administration and would prove hard going forward. I'll come to the Trump administration in a second, but under any administration, because there was never, although it's a nice sort of concept as an elevator pitch, there was never any clear vision about what the end of this was. And so what we saw in the years after, a couple of years after National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan laid this out, was a steady growth in the size of the yard that people in the administration, across the administration, wanted to protect. And I think that was because as we got into more and more intense competition with China because of political pressures, because of geopolitical pressures, there's a sort of relentless pressure to control more. And without this kind of clear vision of what the end state is, you know, the yard expanded. I mean, I'm reminded, and it became an issue with our allies and partners as well, who saw this happening. I remember once going over to Brussels to talk about technological controls with the Europeans, and this European official pulled out to me, showed me a phone of a European chateau with, you know, acres and acres lawn around it. He's a chateau on a hill with acres and acres of lawns, and he said, "This is the Biden administration's yard, isn't it?" And I think that sort of illustrates the strategic challenge the administration faced. I actually think I won't, I would defer to others on what the Trump administration, in fact, does. I don't think that's the vision they have right now. I think many of the people, when I talk to the people I know in the Trump administration, they actually see a more expansive and would sort of forthrightly embrace we should be cutting off quite a bit more. They would also, I think, many of them say, actually this idea that the goal should be select areas of decoupling, of maintaining our edge, is the wrong goal. We should actually have a much more expansive goal of decoupling kind of across the board and ideally tipping China into recession and decline. I mean, this even came up in the first panel. Foreign Affairs magazine had an article by Matt Pottinger and others a couple of months ago, which is like the end state should be victory, not maintaining a kind of a qualitative edge over time.
Do you want to respond? Either do you want to respond?
I'm not sure. No, I'm happy to throw out some thoughts on it, but I think I think there's a lot of validity to that. We'll have to see. We're still early in the administration. We'll have to see what the export control policy is. There's definitely a school of thought that any investment in Chinese technology is bad investment for the United States from a national security perspective. I think that's probably the dominant thread, but we'll see. There's also a sense that we want Chinese investment in the United States, which also kind of goes counter to that because that requires some technology transfer and some access to U.S. technology as well. So I think those threads are definitely a little bit in tension. But I think that at the end of the day, it's probably going to go the direction you say, which is more restrictive. And with an effort to not just maintain control of the technology, but to diminish the ability of China to grow and compete against the United States.
And this is an area of potential leverage for the Trump administration because the Chinese are not prepared to decouple.
They can't.
They can't.
I mean,
let me go and dig a little bit deeper on a specific aspect of this, which is the artificial intelligence piece. We talked a little bit about it in the previous panel. But as AI has become is beginning to revolutionize so many aspects of our society and our understanding of so many of the challenges that we face, it's really accelerated and added fuel to this conversation about export controls and about to what extent we want to allow China to benefit from U.S. technology. But it's also become increasingly intertwined with the question of Taiwan. And this is to bring some of the geopolitical dimensions back into the conversation. Taiwan is a major geopolitical, political, strategic problem for the United States, but it's also the main source of the highest caliber semiconductors that are produced globally. And so these issues are beginning to be intertwined in ways that I think are not necessarily self-evident, or at least there are competing views on. Phil, could I maybe turn to you to offer your thoughts on what is the relationship between the geopolitical and the economic strategy here? How are these problems becoming intertwined, and how should we think about the solutions to those problems?
Well, there are just two basic issue streams that I hope folks will connect. There's one giant issue stream having to do with the future of AI and the digital revolution in the American economy. Everyone in this room knows how a large portion of the U.S. stock market and the S&P 500 is now being dominated by expectations about AI and the digital revolution and the scales of investment that are now underway there. And there's a large agenda having to do with AI security, and then the issue of export controls and so forth. There is another whole issue stream having to do with China and Taiwan. And there's a notion that we can have a race for AI supremacy and that China's going to be kind of philosophical about how that turns out. We here are arguing that the American government ought to make this a maximum priority effort. And we think, and we're acting as if the Chinese government isn't really going to care so much. So then if you think the Chinese government does care, there are kind of like two possibilities, and only two. One is that the Chinese feel pretty good that they're going to win this AI race. Two, Chinese government feeling not so confident it will win AI race. Now, it could decide the AI race is not important and who cares, but I don't think that's a serious possibility. So suppose the Chinese think that they might not win this AI race. They're not too confident. Well, the Chinese government has options. It has options. And a lot of its options are really close to China. So we're now in the process of reworking our export controls. And we're probably going to extend the Biden administration export controls and possibly significantly expand them, including maybe to the H20 chips and some other things. And in the previous panel, we called out, for instance, the example of the ARM company in the UK. And I mentioned very briefly at the end that the ARM company, has about 6,000 employees, half of whom are in England, and it basically does a lot of design work. But the foundries that make the things that they design are in East Asia, principally TSMC in Taiwan. Well, China has a lot of leverage over what happens with TSMC in Taiwan. And these are not options that have to do with invasion and blowing things up. They have a lot of other options that are not very much discussed in the public media, but which I think the Chinese government understands. And so the notion is that we have this whole AI issue stream and all these expectations and policies and export controls, yet there's a China-Taiwan issue stream that is probably going to connect up with the AI issue stream, and probably will connect up with it sometime this year, I believe, and in which China has really large options about which the American national security community barely even discusses, and which I think are not incorporated into the market expectations for the future role of their investments.
Emily, could I give you a chance to respond?
I'm just cogitating. That's the confidence with which you've laid that out, Professor Zelikow, is sobering, and I'm just updating my priors. No, this is a big deal. But what I will say is just a quick comment on this. Not that I could do better than that, but is, our temptation, our desire to somehow separate issue streams because we want to deal with things in orthogonal or little separate silos. That's nice. Life would be easy if it worked that way, but none of this works that way. And so I will say there seems to be a fallacy often where this administration, the smart people in many administrations over many time periods will be tempted to deal with different issues in sort of stovepipes, and likewise to sort of try to separate things, and also to try to imagine that we get the last vote in our policy action and that others aren't going to respond. So I think precisely the right question to be asking here is, if and as, because it's not if, as the United States continues to strengthen and lock down access by China or by Chinese firms to U.S. technology in semiconductors, how do we think Beijing is optimally going to respond to that? We know that they're investing a great deal, but what else are they going to do? And I guess that's precisely what are those other choices on the menu for Beijing? I don't think we spend enough time thinking about those either.
Yeah, those are great points, and I think it's an illustration also really where you ended of two things. One is that there are military timelines, which those people who think about military affairs are contemplating, which are being potentially accelerated or decelerated by decisions being made about questions of economic statecraft. As you say, these are often just dealt with by different people in the U.S. government. That's not true, obviously, at the level of the president, in some cases, the national security advisor and others. But there is a challenge to have people who have sufficient understanding and technical sophistication in some of the economic and technology issues, alongside those who have equal sophistication in questions of military strategy and operations, and for those conversations to meet in a meaningful way. And so this was flagged in the last panel, but I do want to come back to it. Because it is about American institutions, about the institutions that manage economic statecraft. So if Ambassador Froman is right, that effectively after a period where economic policy and geopolitical strategy could comfortably be, not separated, but comfortably operate in relatively different spheres. If today those two things have, if there's a confluence between those two, a meaningful and real confluence between those two things, does the United States government have, and not just the government, but the government in partnership with the private sector, have the institutions that enable us to carry out and design economic statecraft in a way which brings all of these problems together effectively? So I'm going to ask that question to a couple different people. Ever, I'd like to start with you, because you sat at the pinnacle of that system not that long ago. I don't think it's changed remarkably in the time since then. But are we fit for purpose? And if not, what should we be doing?
No, it's a great question, and it really goes back to even where we began with Ambassador Froman's remarks. It's like, first, are we asking the right questions? Are we focused on the right things? And when you get in that siloed, everybody's got a mission, right? And when you get into those siloed mandates, you tend to lose the ability to see beyond what you're supposed to be studied and acting upon. And I think what Emily Blanchard said about the inability, this siloed mentality and the government's inability to see the multi-dimensional aspects of a problem and the way national security and economic security are really merging together is a very serious vulnerability in our governance structure. And I think one of the ways we need to, and hopefully this will spur some of this discussion, is if you think about institutions like even the U.S. Trade Representative's Office, right? Before 1970, it didn't exist. It started out as one thing, it evolved over time. It's actually a very interesting, the structure made a difference, and it was kept small for a reason. It was kept in the White House for a reason. It was multifunctional in some ways, but also very specific mandates for some negotiators in other ways. And it really works well. And then you go to Inticon, where Peter worked and I worked, and Ambassador Froman worked, which merges national security and international, national security and economics together. It sits between NSC and the National Economic Council. That's a brilliant structure. I mean, it's really one of the few areas where you bring those and meld them together. What we don't have is a congressional counterpart. And I think, Congress creates institutions. Congress is able to set up the structures, fund them, give them mandates, give them authority. And I hope that we will see a push towards some type of realignment of the current institutions we have, and perhaps an economic statecraft element to maybe even maybe it's an interagency, starts as an interagency working group, I don't know. But it has to start somewhere, and then maybe it melds into a more formalized structure, because that's the world we're in, and I don't think the institutions we have are really fit to deal with that. You've got the China Commission, which is focused on the China, but I would love to see that perhaps become an economic security commission that took into a lot of these concepts about financial, the debt, all these really existential problems, and thinking about them in a holistic way and making recommendations that might drive some really concrete policy outcomes.
Philip, can I ask the same question to you, but taking a historical perspective? There have been moments in American history where, Second World War being the most obvious, but other periods also, where we've done this. How did we do it?
Well, in the Second World War, actually, the British created a Ministry of Economic Warfare. It actually had that name. And then they had a cabinet committee set up that was the war cabinet that was actually extremely well designed to do the higher level staff work to actually implement this sort of thing coherently. The Americans actually, during the war, began imitating these sorts of models with various kinds of offices. There was no need to, it was really a complex alphabet soup. No need to recount that. After the war, when we originally created the National Security Council, it was done in significant part to bring in the economic institutions and to actually allow for things like resource mobilization. This is all forgotten now because scholars concentrated on different things, but actually the key person who was behind the creation of the U.S. National Security Council was a man named Ferdinand Eberstadt. If you look at who Eberstadt was, during the war, Eberstadt had been one of the key resource managers, oil and other things for the U.S. government, was dismayed at the way we were organized to coordinate that sort of thing, and helped lead the charge to create a thing called the National Security Council. Well, as Alex knows very well, you can see how that institution has evolved to the present day. And really what we need is almost to kind of roll the clock back and recover the original purpose for which the NSC was created in the first place. There was actually a thing back then called an Office of Economic Mobilization and other entities that were designed to help us get ready for a potential third world war that are all now, you know, only a handful of historians know these things even existed. I'm sorry there are little bells going off in the background on my end because there's a hurricane going on around the Oval Office right now for reasons you may not be aware of in the news, but which a lot of people are contacting me about, having to do with Ukraine. But meanwhile, away from where today's bombing rate is going on, we're kind of talking about how to reorganize the U.S. government. But I'll make one final point. Historically, people assume the United States will play a key leadership role in working on these things and providing thought leadership. That assumption's gone. This president, let's suppose we all agree kind of on the theory that I've been talking about, or Mr. Eisenstadt's been discussing about how things ought to be reconstructed and that that's a good idea. This president will actually not provide the thought leadership to create such a plan. So there's one theory in which other Americans will kind of pick up the debris mostly outside of the issues that interest the president that day, and they will cobble something together. That's one theory, and maybe it will work. I don't know. Another theory, though, is I think we're going to have to look to leadership from foreign partners in order to provide thought leadership for the creation of this new economic and security commons. Some of them are not accustomed to that role. It is worth remembering that the thought leadership to create the North Atlantic Organization came from Britain. The thought leadership actually that helped stimulate the creation of the Marshall Plan in part originated from Britain and the continent. And actually the engineering as to how the Marshall Plan would actually work was substantially done in Europe. So this is a situation in which actually a lot of the design of the economic and security commons may have to emerge from others and then try to bring the United States along in ways that are more or less outside of the bandwidth and attention span of the leader of the United States.
Interesting. Okay. I want to take one question that's from the audience and give folks a chance to respond and then offer closing comments. We won't do a lightning round, although that was raucous and fun. We won't do that for this one. The question that came in is how is U.S. innovation being protected? And I might flip that and say, how should U.S. innovation be protected? What are some concrete areas where we might be able to better protect this innovation ecosystem?
So I think this is a third set. I think we heard about some very interesting trade-offs during the day. So we heard Ambassador Fuman at the beginning talking about efficiency versus national security. Professor Blanchard has talked about how it is that we're dealing with dual-use technologies and the complicated trade-offs that involves. When we think about trade-offs that involve innovation, I guess we actually don't think about trade-offs that involve innovation because we don't have very good theories of how even to begin to think about this in the first place. And this is, I think, sort of what Mr. Harrell said in a sense, which is if you're trying to do a small yard, high fence policy, and you don't have a theory of what a foundational technology is in the first place, and I've never heard a theory of what a foundational technology is in the first place, you're inevitably going to get policy drifting in all of these ways because you don't have a clear intellectual framework to nail this down. And so I think so fundamentally the problem is a lot of US national security at the moment and global national security depends on questions of how technological innovation is going to proceed over the longer term. Economists think about this in a kind of weird way. Some technologists think about it also in a weird way. Political scientists don't even think about it at all. We're just plainly too stupid to have theories that even begin to get at it. But we haven't begun to think about really how this intersects with national security in a substantial sense. So the obvious path, which I think is the path that we are primarily pursuing, is the path of cutting things off. So that, for example, yes, we have the China Commission, of course, has done a lot of recommendations, which are more or less the high fence should be expanding outwards at the 89% of the speed of light, so that there's substantial redshift visible. You have all of the, you have this very immediately protectionist question. The other way in which you can think about this is, to what extent does innovation depend upon contact with other countries? And the difficult question is, are we in a world where there are some forms of innovation where we actually would benefit from continued coupling to China? And here I think the connected electric vehicles question is a very interesting question. More or less the United States has shut this down nominally for national security reasons. Actually, I think for economic security reasons, because the US simply isn't able to compete with China on electric vehicles at the moment. The upside of that, if you want to see an upside, is a kind of a Friedrich List 19th century upside, which is that might give the United States the opportunity to build its own infant industry up. The downside is that it might find itself completely cut off from this economic race and this technological race which is happening in the rest of the world, where perhaps China on this and a variety of other connected technologies in the stack is really able to build up a package of technologies that the United States finds itself cut off from, especially in a world where the Trump administration is hostile to these technologies from the get-go. So I'm not saying this is not, I'm not saying we connect to China. I'm saying we do not have the frameworks to even begin to figure out those kinds of trade-offs between disconnection in order to protect ourselves from certain kinds of innovation risks, or increased connection in order to make sure that we are in the game and actually connected into the infrastructures in which we cannot depend on United States technological supremacy anymore as a basic orienting fact of the global system.
Okay, so that gets at the issue of connection, right? But there's another issue, which is domestic investment, right? And to the extent there was a theory of the case on innovation in the Biden administration, it involved the CHIPS and Science Act, it involved the IRA. The Inflation Reduction Act. These were huge investments that were supposed to support not only basic science, but specifically areas of innovation, in some of them, well, multiple areas of innovation. Very quickly, because we only have really a minute left, is there, in this fiscal environment, in this political environment, is there a big piece of legislation for the Trump administration to put forward that would be if not a successor, they wouldn't want to call it that, but that would take up that mantle? We have about 60 seconds. Emily, please.
So I have a quick two-finger. This isn't legislation, though. I would just, echoing Henry, but pushing it further, innovation is a flow. And often we talk about protecting the stock of technology, but the goal is to maximize our output of the flow of new innovation, the flow of new development. And I would say the most important thing that the Trump administration can do in protecting our innovation ecosystem is not break it. And there, number one, don't cut grants to fundamental development and technology. It's really hard to guess what is going to be the foundational technology that spurs, that launches 1,000 more ships in in innovation. So we must continue to invest in core investments in R&D, especially universities, NSF, et cetera. So don't shut that down. If nothing else, just double down. Just keep investing in core research and keep bringing in the smartest people from all around the world to contribute to our innovation ecosystem. Just don't ruin it.
Terrific. I want to thank the panelists for joining us here, for their thoughts, for a really excellent discussion. Please join me in offering. Two more words before we break. One is just to acknowledge the support of the Miller Center in putting this together under Bill Antholis' leadership, my partner Scott Miller, Christina, who I think is here on the other side, who's done a huge amount of work to put this together. These programs are a lot of work, but they're also a lot of fun, and I hope people have taken away from it as much as I have. So thank you again for coming. Please, as you exit the room, gather together your valuables, but also anything that otherwise would be left behind. And once again, thank you for attending the event.